Well, hello everybody. Welcome back. Some long dark tonight. Yeah, baby, let's get into it. Oh, I hope everybody's having a great Tuesday. We are going to be playing some Long Dark this evening, followed by a little bit more of the Infected. We had a whole lot of fun with Survival, Fountain of Youth yesterday, and we will return to some Fountain of Youth before the end of the week. But tonight we're doing Long Dark, Infected afterwards, so that should be fun. I'm not going to tell me more on that, because we know what the updates are. They fixed some bugs, they fixed a few things here and there. The corpse decay on animals is supposed to be way less, which is good. So, that's always a good thing. Alright, well tonight, boys and girls, we're going to get back into our Interloper character. And if he's the Forlorn Muskeg start, we are in day 116 in Pleasant Valley, in the Crossroads house. We are getting ready to go into Coastal Highway and then on Desolation Point to do some foraging, but we just killed a bear. So we got a bear to harvest up and do things to. So, let's throw some stuff in the cabinet here. Let's throw our hides, our guts. Throw our maple in there. A couple of those in there. Let's throw these books in there. I just want to lighten myself up so I can go out and get my, the bear's, bags, because we carcass harvest the bear. And, he's just laying out there on the ice. Oh, we got everything in there we can. Okay. That should be good enough. All right, let's go out and get a bear bag or two. Luckily, we killed him.
My fingers feel
right up the hill here. We're just gonna bring some bags back to the house. We'll harvest it up. I don't know if we're really going to cook much of it, but we'll harvest it up and be good to go. At least the meat will be here for us when we get back. Let's just put it that way. Hey, how you doing? Emery, how you doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing pretty darn good. We just killed a bear at the end of last stream. We're now gonna sit here and harvest up his meat for just for giggles. We'll use our hands because we just don't care. And that way we don't have to sharpen our hands either, so. So today they dropped a patch on the Long Dark. Nothing too super life-changing, I guess you'd say. But they dropped a patch that had some quality of life updates, which is really good.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Supposedly corpses will not decay as quickly now as they used to, which I know a lot of people were complaining about in chat and saying, yeah, my stuff decayed after like an hour out on the ice. It was completely gone. So hopefully that'll be all fixed at this point. Which is good news. Good news. The world on the save getting colder as time passes. Well, we're already over day 100, and really on Interloper, once you hit day 100, it doesn't really ever get much colder. It has gotten as cold as it's gonna get.
Too much stuff to carry.
The world really starts to get a lot colder at day 50, and then by day 100, there's nowhere really for it to go. There's nowhere that it can really get much colder after that. So, But on average, our temperatures during the day are between -35 and -40. I would say. Sometimes they can get a little bit warmer, a little bit colder, but on average, they're about -35 or 40. Alright, let's eat some food. And we'll drink some water. But yes, the world does get significantly colder. Early Interloper is not that bad, to be honest. Early Interloper, yeah, it's cold. Especially when you don't have decent clothing. But the average temperature, you know, you'll get a few positive temperatures early in the game. But as the game wears on, you get less and less warm temperatures early in the game. Gonna lurk for a bit while you get chores done. Alright, well, have fun doing your chores. Have fun doing the chores. There's the bed. Alright, so I have an extra crowbar to break down. I got time because we aren't that tired, so we're just gonna kind of spend some time doing the things to our gear. Gonna sharpen my knife up because it's at 51%. So our ultimate goal today is to get to Desolation Point and craft a new hatchet, a new knife, some more arrowheads, and come back to Coastal Highway with those. So we will be pretty much moving pretty straight through Coastal Highway. We'll probably stop at the lookout tower, the couple huts right beneath the lookout tower. We'll search up the town itself. We'll go to Misanthrope, and then we'll head into Desolation Point from there. We'll pretty much leave the whole other side of the map with Jackrabbit Island and the fishing village. We'll leave all of that till we come back into Coastal Highway, and then we'll go explore that as well. But mainly our goal is to get to Desolation Point. Get that going on. Alright. Let's drink up our water. Get some sleep, and then we'll get up in the morning and head out. But welcome, everybody. I hope you're all having a grand day so far. Okay, I have a few extra things I can drop here. Let's drink some water. Is there anything else I can do here while I'm sitting here in the dark? I'm gonna leave these books here because I really don't have any need to read any of them because I already have Cooking 5, Archery 5. I don't care about small arms. Is there anything that needs to be repaired at the moment? Let's repair up that hat real quick. Let's get it to be a little bit lighter outside. Repair up our one pair of underwear. We still only have one pair of underwear, so we'll repair up those undies. Everything else I'll wait to repair at this point. I will put on my better hat. There we go. Alright. So we got the bear-eyed curing, a bunch of fresh guts going on. Oh, there's a tin of sardines here. Did I not? I searched this up, didn't I? Gosh, I missed a tin of sardines. How did I miss that tin of sardines? 5% sardines. Yum, yum, yum. Well, luckily for us, we don't have to worry about it, because guess what? We have Cooking 5, so... Alright, we got some meats there. Not gonna do anything with them. Let's head out. We'll go over to the cave over here real quick. There's usually a loot item or two in the cave. Then we'll go over and grab a couple of cattails that are over here too. Because there's no cattails really in Coastal Highway other than up and down the river, and we're not going over to the river. And there's really not a whole lot of stuff other than just food that we'll find there. We can always hunt, though. That's the nice thing. We can always hunt. And that's pretty much how we live now. We just kind of travel light on the food. If we get hungry, we can kill a bear, kill a wolf, kill a deer, kill a rabbit. Whatever we want, and then we can eat it. Ah, stick. Let's pick that up. There's usually a couple of rabbits over here. Yep, there they are. Boop-a-doop. I'm just going to leave them alone. I don't need the bunnies. Oh, there's 5 birch over here, too. Nice. I was going to say, there's usually some birch over here sometimes, too. And there's actually 5 of them, so that is beautiful. That'll give us some birch to have in Coastal Highway, so when we come back with all of our arrowheads, we can craft up some more arrows.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
There's usually a couple of cattails down here. Not many. Pleasant Valley has cattails. They're just very scattered. That's the best way to put it. They're a very scattered item in Pleasant Valley. You can find them. The biggest concentration is around the Pensive Pond, where the moose can spawn, and over near the barn. There's a little patch of ice that has like a dozen or so cattails on it too.
I feel my hands.
Well, I definitely do not need the spray can. I'm just gonna pass time here for a minute. Just get warmed up again real quick. There we go. Anything else in here? Yep, there's some coal in here. Couldn't see that when it was dark. In the early morning light, the coal doesn't show up very well, so. Alright, let's head into Pleasant Valley Coastal Highway interchange here. We'll head over here and go to the mine. It's mine. So that cave there is not the bear's cave. The bear's cave is actually up ahead of us here. So we'll be wandering by that, but we already killed the bear, so. There's usually a wolf or two, as you just heard. There's a wolf or two that hangs around here too, but we'll worry about him when we have to worry about him. Now that's the bear's cave right there. That's where the bear likes to hang out, do his stuff. Where he drags his prey and eats it. Okay, I don't see any wolf. There's a wolf way over there. Right over there. Probably have to face him. Unless I stick to the wall here. I'll probably just avoid him. Hey, I was watching your stream from yesterday. I never managed to catch you live. Oh, well, hey, Calvin the Cat. How you doing, Laka? Hello, hello. Well, I'm glad you're able to catch us live today, Calvin. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Yeah, we had a lot of fun playing Survival Fountain of Youth yesterday. I really like that game. I cannot wait for the full game to be released. My biggest disappointment is in playing the demo, is you get all these items and you're like, ooh, I could make, oh no, that's not available in the demo. Damn it! There's like half the items you can make are not even available in the demo. But it's a great game, even, I mean, just for a demo, a free demo on Steam.
So cool.
Survival Fountain of Youth is a great one. I mean, it's absolutely free. You can easily get 15 to 20 hours minimum out of that game before you pretty much do everything in it. It's not like you can play it for 2 hours and be like, well, I've done everything, there's nothing left to do. Or it cuts you off and says, you know, more will be in the live version or something like that. It actually has quite a bit, and they've actually added stuff to it even since they released it in the demo form. They've added another island to it as well, which prompted me to start the game over because the island doesn't appear in previous save games. So to have the access to the new island, you have to be in a new file. So pretty cool little game. Pretty cool little game, I must say. All right, here we are. Into the mines we go. Into the mines of Moria. We have to make a pretty quick trip through here because we only have one torch and we have no lantern oil in our lantern. We'll try to get our stim in here as well. There's always a stim in this cave. I call this the Coastal Highway stim. There it is. I was gonna say, sometimes it's up here, sometimes it's further down. And of course, we'll pick up all of our coal. All of the beautiful coal that we can pick up in here. Oh, look, there's another torch for us. At 100%. Nice. So now we have another torch. Yay! Well, that sounds very organized of you. Unorganized of me. What? What? Unorganized? No. I just ran out of oil for my lantern. I filled it up at the Mystery Lake camp office, and I used it all through Pleasant Valley, Timberwolf Mountain, Ash Canyon, back into Timberwolf Mountain, back into Pleasant Valley, and it finally petered out on oil. But we'll find more oil around.
This gear's starting to slow me down.
That's all right, buddy. We'll sort our gear. I've not yet finished yesterday's stream. I'm only an hour in, so I don't know where you finished up. Oh god, we played it for like, good lord, we played it for a bunch. So are you wondering? So are you talking about yesterday's long dark, or the last long dark stream? Is that the one you're talking about? Or are you talking about the Survival Fountain of Youth stream? Because the last long dark one that we did, we finished up coming out of Pleasant Valley. Yes, we just killed a bear at the crossroads, and now we're heading into Coastal Highway from Pleasant Valley on our way to Desolation Point. So that's sort of where we're at right now, as we're making our way over to Desolation, so that we can craft up another knife, another hatchet. We can make some more arrowheads, kind of get our stuff and things figured out a little bit. Oh, this poor dude got caught under a beam. Or lady, I'm not sure which. They have a poofy coat on, I can't tell. Can't see their face. Now this here is the other spot that can have the stim in it. The stim in here kind of moves around file to file. If the stim is not up on that shelf, that little wooden shelf where I found it earlier, the stim is usually like over here on one of these shelves. Yeah, definitely. It's a really well done. I was very surprised by how good a quality it was. And very pleased with how much is available in the demo itself. It just is very, it's a very good pre-release of a game, where they aren't even charging you, $5 to try it out or something like that. They're like, here's our demo, play around on it, have fun with it. If you like it, great. We'd love to have you support us down the road. And I even put it on my wish list because I'll definitely buy it when it comes out, because I've already got like 30 plus hours into it now. and I'm still having a lot of fun. I know Shepard was saying he had like 165 hours into the game. He'd actually stayed on the main island, the Island of Hope, for a full game year, which I was just like, holy moly, that's a lot of time. I was like, wowza, wowza. It's a game. Hey, Seven, by the way, how you doing? It's a game called Survival Fountain of Youth. If you just type into Steam Survival semicolon Fountain of Youth, it'll pull it up. It's a really good little free demo game. I forget which viewer turned me on to it, but really good little free demo game that has lots of good stuff in it. Sure, there's things in it that are, you know, that need work, but it's a free game, and it's pretty damn good for being a free game. All right. We are slow. Eat a box of crackers. Drink a little water. Let's leave some fuel here. Oh, wow, we got 46. I'm gonna leave the fur here. Need most of the sticks here. There we go. Yeah, we're only at 62 kilos. That's not too bad. There we go. Now we're underweight. See, now we're underweight. 53 kilos. We're good to go. All right. I think I do have another toolkit. I'll take that with me. Got some arrow shafts. Got my heavy hammer, my hacksaw. My bow's at 35%, so we need to make another bow when we get down to the the gas station. We'll need to make another bow. I don't like my bows going below 30 without me making another one. It gets into dangerous territory, because I've had bows at 30% break on me before. Now, that was a long time ago. They may have changed that. But I personally have had a bow break on me at 30%. And it was in the middle of a moose hunt, which was so annoying, because I'd already put like 4 arrows into a moose, and my bow broke on me. And I was like, really? Had to run and get another bow. By the time I got back, the moose had despawned and taken my arrows with him. And I was like, wow, you piece of garbage. You little turd of a moose. So, yeah, usually when the bows get to be about 30, 35, below 40%, that's when I usually go, oh, I better make a new bow pretty soon. Now, the nice thing is, at bow skill 5, your bow wears down way slower than it does early in the game. Early in the game, it seems like you're going through bows like you shoot 10 animals and your bow's already at 25%. But later in the game, your bow lasts quite a while for a couple of reasons. You're not shooting as many animals, and you have a higher bow skill, so its natural reduction in condition goes down substantially as well. And you're also, with the higher bow skill, it's taking less shots to kill animals too. Instead of having to hit a moose or something 5 or 6 or 7 times and taking 7 shots at it, you're killing them in 2 shots or even 1 shot. So, all things that contribute to a better bow condition loss as the game moves along. Take the little shortcut up here to get to the tower. Maybe there'll be a deer over here. Sometimes where see that tree going up there? Sometimes there's a deer down in that little clearing there. That'd be really nice if we could get ourselves a deer. That'd give us some food. You ever one-shot a moose? Oh, on this file alone, the 2 moose we've killed on this file, 7, we killed in 1 shot on each moose. Nope, no deer. So yeah, I've done it multiple times actually, and it's just something where you have to just kind of place your shot. Placement of shot on the moose is really important. The head is the most vulnerable spot, and it will give you the most chance of getting insta kill on him. If you hit him in the butt or something like that, you're gonna have a lower chance overall of getting that single shot kill on him. Now this is a guaranteed match in here. Matches are always right here on the bench. So on Interloper, this is one place that has guaranteed matches in it. Nothing under there. Let's just chill here for a second. Let's drop this. Get those curing a little bit. God, it's still early in the day. Let's sleep like 3 hours. Now let's sleep. Yeah, let's sleep like 3 hours. But yeah, getting the one-shot moose is really, it pumps you up, Seven. Believe me, I've done it a couple of times, and it still gets me excited every time. Oh, jeez, now we have a freaking blizzard. Seriously? It still gets me all excited when I get a one-shot moose. It's like, woohoo! You feel the blood pumping, you know? Because most of the time, when you get that one-shot moose, he's already charging you. The trick I found, Seven, is get right within, you know, the moose has that aggro radius, like if you move inside of it, he'll turn to charge you. And what you want to do is find where that's at, back out of it, and then move into it barely. He'll turn to charge you, and as he's turning to charge you, he does that he stops for a moment and paws at the ground. That's when you want to shoot him. That's when you want to try to take that headshot. Because you got a higher chance of hitting him in the head at that point because he's coming straight at you. Woo! I came on my PC to kill zombies, but now I don't know if I'd rather play this or not. Well, there's a lot to be said for zombie kill. And what game were you gonna play, Calvin? Were you doing some 7 Days, or were you doing Days Gone, or State of Decay 2? What were you thinking? What were you hankering for today? We'll go down the hill here and go to the cabins real quick. Play Left 4 Dead 2. Oh, nice. I've heard of Left 4 Dead 2. I've heard good stuff about that game. Hey, just because it's an old game doesn't mean it's bad. Nothing wrong with old games, my friend. Nothing wrong with old games. Scruffy Nerf Herder for 33 months.
Just making my head feel fleeky.
Thank you, Scruffy Nerf Herder, for the 33 beautiful months. Holy crap.
Nerf Herder 28 just resubscribed for 33 months.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Got myself a rabbit, baby. Got myself a rabbit. I was like, well, you know what? I'm gonna get myself a rabbit since he's out there. Oh, we got some dog food. Oh, it's at 0%. That don't matter. We have cooking 5. So yeah, let's eat it. Just eat it, eat it, eat it. We don't care if it's rotten. Just eat it. Spray paint can under the bed. Metal container over here. Weird Ath. Yes, Weird Ath. Well, I am Weird Ath, yes. I will totally take that, 7. totally take that. Let's go to the other cabin real quick and check it out. Oh, now I got a little too much weight on me. I loved Weird Al Yankovic back in the day. He was my boy. Way better than anything coming out today, that's for damn sure. Check behind the chair here. Nope, nothing behind the chair, nothing on the shelves. Well, let's see. Oh, I need to harvest Mr. Ribbity Rabbit up. Let's harvest the little rabbit boy up. Doesn't sound like the storm. Nope, the storm's still going on. Is there a body back here? Yes, there is. Why, yes, there is a body back here. Did you see there's a Weird Al movie with David Radcliffe? I'd heard of that, Tippity, yes. I had actually heard about that. I have not seen it, but I heard about it. Okay, I'm almost thinking of going down. I'm almost thinking of going down to the garage now. I think we're gonna do that, boys and girls. How much overweight am I? Oh, I'm not that much overweight. Probably because I have a couple sticks on me. There we go. Now I just have to go, no, I'm not going to pick up sticks. I'm not going to pick them up. I'm not going to do it. Sticks can get me in trouble now. Yeah, I figured we'll go down to the garage. Chill out there. We need to make a new bow anyway. Maybe we can hunt the moose there. There's definitely some wolves we can hunt around there when this blizzard clears up. I don't really need the bear at the moment. I mean, I sort of need food, but I don't need the bear right now, so... Hey, Cryogen, how you doing? Hello, hello. But yeah, Tiffany, what service is that Weird Al movie on? Is that on Netflix, or is it on Hulu, or Prime, or... I can never keep track, you know? You can never keep track of what service has what any longer. They all kind of meld into one after a while, you know what I'm saying? Oh, it's on Roku. Oh, it's a Roku one. Okay, I have Roku. Nice, I'll have to check it out. Is it just like on the Roku channel then? Yeah, I don't actually usually go and check out a lot of stuff on Roku. Yoku? Yoku Onu? It's like Yoko Ono, it's Yoku Onu. Yeah, I don't usually go check out a lot of stuff on the Roku channel, but I'll go check that out. Sounds like it might be fun. Lauren, hello, hello. Am I on your big screen tonight, Lauren? Am I on the big screen? I hope so. I shaved up. I shaved up and made myself. I pimped and I primmed and got myself all looking good for it, for the big screen, for my big screen debut. We're just heading down to the garage right now. Yup, the iPhone. Oh well, then I don't have to look very good, so you can barely see me. I'm like this big. I'm teeny tiny, not even to be seen. I am going to TwitchCon, yes. I am going to TwitchCon. Who else is going along? Well, GamesLift is going to TwitchCon as far as I know. As far as I know, GamesLift is going to be going to TwitchCon this year. And him and I are going to be sharing a room. But nobody else is going with me, no. But yes, I am going to TwitchCon. I'm going to come back and search that house up later. These used to sometimes have candy bars in them. Not anymore. You get no candy bars. No candy for you.
Feels like something is sapping my energy.
No candy for you. Which makes me sad. I like candy. Might as well search the vehicles up
Be able to carry this
while the
load for
weather
much
sucks.
longer.
While the weather's getting rough. It sounds like it'll be a good time. I meant in general from the Long Dark community, not with you personally, unless you want us to all buy a ticket. Yeah, I don't know who else from the Long Dark community is going to be there. I think it would be awesome if Raph actually put in an appearance at TwitchCon. I think that'd be just so cool, but I don't think he's a TwitchCon kind of person. But I'm going to go. I'm going to enjoy it despite everything. I've made up my mind. I'm not going to piss and moan about it anymore. I'm going to enjoy it despite everything. And have some fun at it, meet some good people, and just generally have a good time. So, I went back in 2019. That was my first TwitchCon, 2019, and then they didn't have it for 2 years. So yes. It's great. You know, when in 2019 I met some great people there. I met a few other streamers that I'd known from online, like Dizzy Lee, and I actually got to go meet BBXH, who I always loved online because I started watching her stream ages and ages ago. So I got to meet some people that I had sort of like been a fan of for a while, or that I knew from our little community. I also got to meet a bunch of great developers. The one that sticks out the most is I met the guys who made Moons of Madness. They were really nice. They gave me a key to the game, and I had fun playing that one. It was kind of a Cthulhu-esque horror story game, which was kind of cool to play. They fixed that finally too. Now you can finally pick up torches from the fire in the proper way. Let's put it that way. So yeah, it was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun at 2019's TwitchCon. Okay, so there's another one of those there. There's one of those there. Let's see if we can find some food out here. Soda. Nice. They had a patch today. It was just a quality of life patch though. There was nothing in it that was really huge, other than they fixed some general bugs that we've all had. One of them being you couldn't grab torches out of fires. Another one being that corpses and stuff were decaying very rapidly in the game, to the point where it was like, yeah, corpses despawning. That was a big issue that they corrected. So yeah, they fixed some general problems that people were having with the game. God, not much food in here, was there? Not much stuff at all in here. Bet that one piece of meat's already done. Yep. That had nothing on it anyway. Ah, some free matches. Nice. Now, will we get pure water? Nope, non-potable. We'll boil that up real quick when our water's done. Another piece of metal, which is always nice. We'll have enough food for the night, but we'll definitely have to go hunting tomorrow. There we go. You know, I never really get affected by the corpses despawning, Calvin, because I usually harvest them pretty quickly. There's very few instances that I'll leave a corpse out on the ice just for a long period of time. Usually, when I hunt something and kill it, I harvest it up pretty dang quick. I don't leave it sitting out there for hours. Because I usually need the meat. Because usually I'm hungry. Not expecting much in these. I got a crappy sweater. Let's put this unboiled water on there. That won't take very long. Got a little note here. Usually there's a food under here. I'm gonna drop that pork and beans here. Hey, Hawkeye! How you doing, buddy? Oh my goodness, look at that. Hawkeye's here, boys and girls. If you want to see some fun games, go check out Hawkeye. He is a master at Project Zomboid. If you like Project Zomboid, he is really good at it.
Wands compared Chef Maria to a camel. This drove Chef Maria into a rage and she began kicking his ass.
Chef Maria started to kick his ass? What? What? Grab some torches. We'll just break those down into sticks. Oh god, that clip. Well, that's what happens when you leave clips up on your channel there, Hawkeye. The weirdest clips will show up at the weirdest times when you least expect it. You'll be like, oh god, that clip? You're like, okay, I'm gonna go delete that clip from my thing now. Alright, let's get some sleepity boos. I just found my first matches in an interloper spawn. Nice, Tugboat! Where did you find them? Oh, wow, we got cabin fever risk. Well, that's no fun. Guess what that means we have to do, boys and girls? That means we have to go outside and go do some fishing or something. Or maybe do a little hunting or something. What weight do we have on us? We got 57 kilos on us right now. I have to have a good lantern on me, right? There we go. And Desolation Point and a bedroll. Nice. Well, that's always good news. Actually, let's leave our guts and hides here. Leave that there. Leave our rabbit pelts here. Leave most of our cloth here. Leave our metals here. There we go. Leave our arrow shafts in here. Our arrowhead. Our 20 feathers. There we go. Oh, that's another cured rabbit hide. How did I miss that? Was that a mending book I found? I think it was. Ooh, nice. I could use that. Well, I could do that. That'd be nice. Okay. Alright, I like it. I'm liking it. On my way, got lucky on those matches. They were outside the gatehouse in the car. Well, always go into Hibernia, Tugboat, because you'll find matches there for sure. Matches are always in Hibernia. There's always, always, always matches in the Hibernia Processing Center. Guaranteed. Did you look down at the end of the long table? So there's 3 places in Hibernia that they'll spawn. They'll spawn on the shelf as you come in the front door, up the little stairs. They'll be on a shelf over there, by the lockers, or they'll be in the office on the desk, or if you go through the first door right in front of you, all the way down at the very end of that long shelf, they'll be sitting on the shelf. That's the hardest one to find because they look exactly the same color as the shelf is. So you almost have to be on top of them before you can find them. But they are always there on Interloper. I've never had an Interloper spawn start in Desolation Point that did not have matches there. That is a guaranteed spawn point for them. So those are the 3 places. And the ones at the ones on the counter down at the end are very hard to see. Very, very hard to see. That blue box blends in very, very well to the rest of the cupboard. So, but that's your guaranteed matches. Every Interloper starting zone has a box of guaranteed matches in it. You just have to get to them. That's the tricky part.
My fingers feel numb.
Actually, you know what? I should just head to Coastal Highway at this point, or to Desolation Point at this point. I should just go to Desolation. I should grab my metal. I should grab my metal and just go. I didn't even think about that. What are we at? 51.7? Okay, let's just grab our metal. I'm gonna grab a toolbox too, because we'll rip that apart. You hate the gas station, Alma? I love the gas station. I love it, love it, love it. There's always something going on at the gas station. There's wolves around, there's bears, there's a possible moose. There's lots of stuff to do here. Lots of things and stuff for you to do. And there's lots of stuff that can kill you, too. On Stalker, it's really bad. I will give you, on Stalker, it is pretty darn bad. Because the wolf population is huge in this zone. Okay, that's gonna get annoying. Let's take a quick peek in here. Yes, it is a perfect place to set up shop if you want to make your own little store. Alright, we got a can of peaches, that's good. We got a can of tomato soup, that's good. I was hoping to get a little bit of food. We had so little food in the garage itself, I figured the houses out here probably had most of the food in them. Seems like there's a set amount of food this place spawns, and if you don't find it inside the garage itself, it's usually out here. Takes a while to clear them all out, but then it's okay. Yeah, once you clear out the garage area, it's not that bad. Then you can, at your leisure, hunt the moose or hunt the bear. I'm off for a bit. Good to catch you on. I'll see you again, no doubt. Good luck with the run. Thank you so much, Calvin the Cat. We'll see you later on, my friend. Have a great rest of your day or evening, whichever it may be. And take care. Do take care, my friend.
I think I can use this.
Now we're heavy. Now I'll eat that. I was like, I should probably put my lantern away first. We're gonna drop off some of this coal over at the fishing hut. Because when we come back here, we'll probably spend some time outside fishing. Because fishing is always good. We actually, you know, we probably should just go spend some time out there fishing now. Because then we could just get some of our cabin fever stuff taken care of now. Because even right now, we're accumulating cabin fever. So. But I'm willing to take it, because we're going to be spending a lot of time outside. We're going to spend a day or so in the crumbling highway. If you cook tomato soup, do you get extra calories? No, but if you're at less than cooking 5, you want to cook every single can of everything you ever find. Because then you get a cooking skill up. Even if you eat most of the can and leave a little tiny bit of it at the end, you'll get a cooking skill up for it. Oh, we might as well take this deer. We need the food, so we might as well do it. Can I get a mag lens fire, though? That's the question. No. But yes, you must have something to open it with. Either a knife, a hatchet, or a can opener. Now, once you hit level 3 cooking, you no longer lose calories to smashing open cans. But you don't get to keep the can afterwards either. So even after you reach level 3 cooking, you don't get to keep the can if you smash it. You still get all the calories from it, but you just don't get to keep it. You just don't get the can. So. Yum! Yes, we got meats. Oh, those wolves smell me now, baby. Guess we could get a little more meat here if we wanted. Take that, booty butt wolf. Shot him in the butt. We'll get a few honks of meat here. You're a good shot. Well, I've had a lot of practice, Tugboat. A lot of practice shooting the bow. A lot of practice shooting the bow. It's something that I do quite often, so... Come on, Mr. Wolfie. Oh, he ran away. He was like, no! This wolf's like, no! We see what you did to our friend! You jerk! You jerko! We see what you did to him. We don't want you to do that to us. Started a new Loper HRV, got matches, saw, and made it to the signal fire. Is there supposed to be a moose pack there? On Stalker, yes. On Stalker, yes. There is. Any surprises in the quality of life pack? No, not really. They fixed the stuff that we've all been complaining about, Jameer. Corpses rotting quickly, that sort of stuff going on. Oh, I missed him. They fixed that sort of stuff. They fixed the corpses rotting too quickly.
Load for much longer.
But yeah, there was nothing big in it, no. There's no big, like, revelations or anything like that in it.
Feels like a lot of gear.
I know, buddy. Oh, you just decided to run away anyway. But yeah, they fixed the corpses rotting. You can now you can take torches. They fixed that, so you can take torches out of the fire again. Just more things that we've been wanting them to fix for a while. They finally fixed, so. Which is good. It needed to be fixed. Well, I didn't expect to get 2 wolves here. That my main concern was food, and the cabin fever. Yum! Wolf meat is delicious and nutritious.
Too heavy to carry.
Oh, we only got 60 kilos on us. We're good. All right, let's head over to the bat cave over here. That's where we'll spend the night tonight. Maybe we'll even do some fishing. Woo! I haven't fished in a while, so should be fun. We're walking over here with 2 scent lines on us. You can see them up there. See those 2 scent lines up there? Oh yeah. We got the 2 stank lines on us. Wonder if they fixed the magical 100% bear roll damage. I don't know if they fixed that or not. I don't know. Don't know what to tell you on that one. There's that wolf way over there, scaredy wolf. We've killed off most of the other wolves. I didn't see that in the patch notes, but I don't think I know they fit. There was a glitch with matches where you could put a lit match into a box, I guess, and you could get back a full box of matches or something from it, which I thought was weird. So they fixed that, and they fixed the, but I don't know if they fixed the same thing that you could do with cattails to get, like, full calorie cattails back. I think they were having trouble duplicating the bear roll. Oh. Like the bearskin bedroll? People were like duplicating it or something? Whoa. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. Hey, Carlin darling, how you doing, buddy? Oh, duplicate the damage. Duplicate the damage? What do you mean? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Duplicate the damage? What, like... Now I'm very, very curious to find out what you're talking about, because I'm not 100% sure I understand, so... The bear roll just go to 0%. Oh yeah, tons of times. You mean on like an animal attack, or on just out of the blue? I mean, I've lost my bedroll to animals multiple times before. Is that what you're talking about, or are you talking about a completely different thing? Because wolves and bears can't eat your bedroll. They can make it go bye-bye. Wolves and bears can completely destroy your bedroll in one hit. I mean, from like 100% down to nothing. That is a thing. That'll never be fixed because it's not an actual glitch in the game. That's just the thing. You even had it when a deer entered a cave that I had a bedroll laid out on. Oh well, there's also a glitch in the game, Tugboat, where if you leave a bedroll out on a cave floor, all rolled out, but not in the roll, but like all laid out, it can get broken if an animal attacks you. I don't know about a deer. I've never had that happen before, but I know that animals can attack you when you don't even have your bedroll on you, and if it's laid out in a cave somewhere, it will get destroyed. So that I know does happen every once in a while. Oh, there's that juicy bear right there. Well, hello everybody. How's it going today? I hope you're all having a fabulous day. Actually, Hawkeye, I should have Treat Stream turned off. I don't know why it's still on, because I'm on a very restrictive diet right now. I'm actually not hungry, but I appreciate you asking. I should have that turned off. I don't know why it isn't. I thought I had turned it off on the panels. I thought I had deleted that one. Yeah, no, don't worry about it. No, that's my fault. I totally thought I totally thought I had turned that panel off. Oh, there we go. I'm so sorry that's still up there. Yeah, I'm on a pretty restrictive diet right now. I'm eating only certain things because I've been having issues lately, and not to go into it, but... Oh, no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Hey, we got a fish, though. Yeah, I totally forgot. Atheenon having dietary issues? Never. We're gonna have him eat some fresh coho salmon today. Look at me, I'm a big, sexy coho salmon.
All this gear is
It's just, you know, Hawkeye, I've eaten crap for so long in my life that it's catching up with me, my man. It's catching up with me. My body can't eat what I ate when I was younger. Oh, I can still enjoy Mom's dried pears. Oh, you can't lay down till you catch me, though. So yeah, I've been very very particular on what I've been eating lately, just because I don't want to feel as crappy as I have for a while, so. But I appreciate the thought, and I thank you very, very, very much. But, you know, I've been on it now for about a week and a half, and to be honest, Hawkeye, my sleep was a major issue in me doing it. I was sleeping very poorly. I was waking up in the middle of the night. I couldn't seem to get my sleep rhythms down at all. It was just very disconcerting. And my moods were shifting all the time. There was multiple factors that went into it. And I made the decision a while ago that I was going to kind of change my diet and try to eat healthier and live a little bit healthier than I was before. You know, when you hit your 50s, your body doesn't put up with as much bull crap as you put it through in your 30s and even your 40s. Your body kind of goes, yeah, you know, all that stuff you did back then. Yeah, you can't really do that anymore and get away with it, sucker. So yeah, I was really feeling sort of the early onset of maybe some sleep apnea type issues, and I wanted to not have that come on. Yeah, well, you know, the nice thing about it though, Hawkeye, is that honestly, I'm feeling better. I'm not ever going to be one of those people that goes, I'm never going to eat chocolates again, or I'm never going to eat sweets again, because I know myself, I will. I know myself, I will. But I'm not gonna eat them all the time. It's all about moderation. It's about eating as healthy a diet as you possibly can most of the time. And then, you know, maybe having a treat every once in a while. Treating yourself every once in a while. Pizza I'm probably gonna be cutting out. Pizza I'll probably be cutting out, to be honest. Now, I may buy, you know, I may try a slice here or there, but it definitely is not going to be something that I eat on the regular basis. That's for sure. It's not going to be something I'm eating on the regular. Okay, so we got 4 hours of fire left. We got plenty of food out here. Well, the main things I've been trying to cut out of my diet is excessive sugar, excessive caffeine, excessive bad carbohydrates, like, you know, junk carbs that give you no beneficial value at all, and basically just run right through your body like there's nobody's business. So I've been trying just to eat smarter and eat a little healthier, and that's been, wait a second, what was this? That one's at 84, that one's at 88. Yeah, I'm gonna destroy this one. I've just been trying to do that a little bit. Where am I on the map? Misanthrope Island is right over there. That is Misanthrope right up there. We got rid of our cabin fever risk, so we're good there. Gonna refill my lantern. I've been plant-based for a few years now, feeling better, not perfect. Yeah, you know, it's one of those things, Lauren, where more I'm kind of doing a semi-elimination diet, where I'm eliminating a lot of crap from my diet that doesn't really, you know, that has no nutritional value. I'm not cutting it off completely. Thank you, Zero Mortals, for the follow there, by the way. But I'm cutting out a lot of the garbage, and I you know, and sure, I'm still eating a little bit. Heck, I have a Nutrageous bar right here that I've nibbled on for like the last 3 days. But that's in lieu of me eating an entire Nutrageous bar in one sitting, going out and getting another one and eating it too. You know, it's that sort of thing where it's like, okay, you know, I'm not cutting it out completely from my diet, but at the same time, I'm not eating it 24/7 and then just having another one the next day, or the next hour, or the next minute, or the next second. So. It's more just about controlling my impulses, which is not easy. It's not easy to control your impulses, boys and girls. My blood pressure's perfect. Yeah, my blood pressure's fine. That's the thing, is like I'm not unhealthy in a lot of ways. You know, the doc said that my blood pressure's doing good, my heart's doing good, all that stuff, but it's just, you know, he's like, but you can do better. And that's the thing that sort of stuck with me. He's like, I'm not telling you to go on a diet. I'm just telling you, you can do better than what you're doing. You can cut some things out and make your life feel better. And you can start it with your diet. We don't want to get to the point where we're putting you on pills and you know, all the other stuff that most of them just want to shove down your cake hole most of the time. We don't want to get to that point. I'm like, yeah, I don't want to get to that point either. All right, let's read a few hours of our book out here. We got a nice fire. We might as well read for a few hours. Well, and I noticed that too. The weight has become an issue as well, Tug. The weight has become an issue as well. I've noticed I've started to fill out in certain areas that I don't want to fill out in. So, you know, I'm not specifically doing it to lose weight. That's not ever been my goal, as, oh, I'm doing this to lose weight. But, you know, I know that with a little more care on what I am eating, I will feel better. But yeah, the update really, Zero, did not have a lot of stuff in it other than quality of life aspects. They made it so animal carcasses don't decay as quick as they have been. They made it so, oh, there's the bear. Should I get the bear? I don't want to get the bear. Oh, jeez. Jamir, thank you for the 100 bits! Appreciate that very much. What was I saying? I'm just trying to get better. I'm trying to have a quality of life update on myself. But yes, the update was mainly quality of life stuff. Corpses not disappearing as fast. You being able to take torches out of a fire without having to jimmy it. Just little things like that. They also updated a few things in story mode. I didn't really pay much attention to it. At the end of September, though, they are going to be having a dev diary, an official dev diary coming out, which is going to detail more things about their, I guess we can call it season pass. I think they're calling it something other than a season pass. But yeah, it's a lot of things, Toast, that we've been waiting for since they did episode 4. To be honest, it's a lot of stuff we've been waiting for them to update since episode 4 came out, and they finally did it. I think, what is it? They're calling it the expansion pass or something like that. I don't know what it is. I know, Zero. Is it weird of me to say that I'm excited to give Hinterland more money? Is it weird of me to go, I'm excited to give them more money when they have a season pass going on? I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I'm sure there'll be some people whinging about it on YouTube or on Twitch or whatever, going, oh god, it's horrible. We've entered the age where Long Dark is no longer inclusively free with everything they put out. I'm like, you know what? We've been getting free content for the Long Dark for almost, what, 8 years now? Over 8 years? I think that we can give a little bit back. It's not gonna be like they're gonna be charging $40 an expansion pack. At most, it's gonna be probably $9.99 or maybe $19.99 and be a huge update with lots of new stuff and a new zone. I mean, I wouldn't mind them putting it into, you know, where it's like yearly you pay $49.99, you get all the DLCs for free. Or something. I know, that's the thing. The game has been on special offers, it's been on discounts, it's had so many free things, and so many discounts that you could get it on. Yeah, and I'm willing to pay for more content. I'm willing to pay them for more content on this game. Bottom line. I mean, I've bought the game. I've bought and given away the game on stream many times. I've bought the soundtrack I've bought both the soundtracks to the game. I'm looking forward to being able to throw them a few more shekels, a few more dollars Give him a few more of my little pennies to keep him going. Especially, here's the thing to think about. Especially if it prompts them to give us more, to get their next project up and going. That's what I'm excited about. If it propels them to getting that next project going, and allows them to have the funding to get it going, that makes me even more excited, because I want them to get that next project going and get the groundwork laid for it, get the tracks down and start chugging along on it, because that's the exciting thing for me. Yeah, see, Tugboat, I personally have never listened to the soundtracks. Yeah, it's kind of like an investment, Alma. It really, truly is. It's like making an investment in the game. Because I know, I can't say I know, but I have high hopes that their next project will be absolutely jaw-droppingly wonderful. I have high hopes that it will be just amazing. Haven't enjoyed a game like this since Elden Ring and then nothing else. Yeah, Elden Ring was fun, Zero Mortal. I had a lot of fun with it for quite a while. Ororoth. God, I can't get it right. I can't get it right after 9 months. The Athroth baby is here. Thank you, Oro, for the 9-month resub. The check is in the mail, my friend, for that child support that we owe you there. Not really. Not really. No check in the mail. I'm gonna harvest that. Tongue Twister DLC, yeah, that's me on the daily, Toast. That's me on the daily with screen names. Oro, thank you so much for that 9-month resub. I really do appreciate that very, very much. Thank you for all the support over 9 months. And thank you again also for the new follows tonight. I appreciate any support at all. And by the way, if you're on YouTube and you're watching, feel free to drop a like and a subscribe there on YouTube. It costs you nothing but a couple seconds of time if you're enjoying the content. And, you know, share out the video if you really want to go the next mile. And, you know, thanks for checking it out on YouTube. Leave a comment. I'm ashamed to say I look at all my comments. I'm actually proud to say. I'm proud to say I look at all my comments on YouTube. Good or bad. I don't care. Roast me on YouTube if you want to. I don't care. I'm like, you know, hey, whatever. If it makes somebody happy to roast me on YouTube, feel free to do so. It doesn't hurt my feelers at all. Takes a lot to hurt my feelings on the internet. Because I gotta remember, I grew up in a day when people said things to your face way worse than what people would say on the internet. And you knew if you knew if they were willing to say it to your face, they were serious. They were serious about it. I'm actually gonna drop these and that here, just get these curing here in this this little place. So, you know, I love seeing people who just get so upset at things people say on the internet. I'm like, this is some faceless person saying this to you. You know, back in my day, to be that guy, back in my day, people said things to your face. And then you either had a choice to either, you know, take it, be the bigger man, or say something snarky back to them, which I did quite a bit of back in the day. Or you had the choice just to, you know, pop them one. And most of the time people didn't say stuff to your face that was too bad because, you know what? They knew you could just haul off and pop them one. Not that violence is ever the answer, but there's always that, you know, that little bit of fear that goes a long way. And it kind of was a little more polite society. Which is higher on weight list? 5 kilo more weight or clothing enhancements? Clothing enhancements. We've got enough carry weight as it is right now. We've got enough carry weight on it. We got enough extra carry weight as it is. Where is the bear? I do not see Mr. Bear. I remember when this guy disagreed with Ath, but it was civilized. He unbanned the guy after 3 years when he apologized for having a different opinion. Wait a second. That never happened. Hey, to get banned on my channel, you have to do something pretty egregious. There's only a few things that'll get you banned on my channel. Number one, if you're selling followers to somebody and you're one of those bots, that's pretty much an insta-ban. If you're absolutely, like, rude and mean to somebody on my channel, or to me, just being a jackass, general jackassery, that gets banned on my channel. And other than BK, trolls get banned on my channel. Those are about the only things. And I can take a lot of trolling. I don't really care. Gramando says with his first chat, Hawkeye, well, maybe not to children since whipping was so common. Oh, he'll totally see me now. BK? Oh, he was here last night. BK was here last night. Remember this myth story about Blackbeard the pirate who accidentally shot one of his crew? He said it's just good to keep them in line anyway, so it's good sport. By the way, we have to give Blackman PL a shout out. You enjoy some good StarCraft, go check him out. Amazingly awesome dude. He always brings it in hot and live. Hey, Mr. Deer, Mr. Wolf, leave my deer alone. Leave my deer alone. Whoa, that guy was all over the place. That dude was all over the place. Got to make sure my bedroll's okay. First thing to check. Okay, bedroll's fine. Floyd took a little damage. I took a little damage. We got him off us pretty quick, so. I protected you, Mr. Deer. I protected you. Don't forget how I protected you. I protected you, man. Then you just stood there and watched the deer attack me. You didn't even join in. You didn't even come over and help me with my struggle. Yeah, that wolf was all over the place. He was bouncing. They've been doing that a little bit more lately, which actually is kind of cool. Usually you can draw them in pretty easily by just drawing your bow, but sometimes even that don't work. Be prepared to struggle. Get that hatchet out and start spamming that struggle key, baby. Yeah, I don't really ban people very much. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Usually, the thing is, though, I think one reason I don't have to ban people very often is the Long Dark community as a general whole is pretty civil. The Long Dark community, community is a pretty civil group of people that are here to have fun with the game. They aren't real trolly. They don't really, they don't bring that sort of energy, that some games do. So, I think that's a large part of it. I think the Long Dark community generally skews to a different, not only age demographic, although there are a lot of young people that play Long Dark, I'd say the age demographic on the Long Dark skews to an older demographic in a way. And by older, I'm talking like, 30-ish. Late 20s, early 30s. So it skews to a little older demographic. And I think mentally it skews to a different demographic as well. It skews to a demographic that likes to see people succeed and have fun with it and help each other out. And so I think that helps quite a bit too.
Oh.
Really? Really? I didn't get up on the hill, which is what I wanted to do. Yep, I knew there'd be a beastie boy out here. Alright, let's see if we have any better luck with this guy. Hey, buddy, can you come over here and be my dinner, please? Okay, come on over here, buddy. You're fine. You're gonna be okay. Oh, there's a deer over here. That's nice. Hey, we got the box of matches in here. That's cool. And we got a wolf that we can harvest up in the comfort of our own cave. I love having them come into the cave because then I can harvest them up when I'm just sitting here doing nothing. Does this work with the bear as well? If you can get them down in one shot, it sure does. So yes, for short answer, yes it does. Can I get a mag lens fire? That's the important question. No, I cannot. Okay. But yes, it does work with the bear as well. If you can get the bear to charge you in his cave, and you can kill him, you're good to go. Now, the downside of that is if you don't get him to kill you, or if you don't get him killed, then he eats your face inside the cave. And there's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. So it's kind of it's a risky proposition, let's just put it that way. It's a very risky proposition. In the end, somebody eats. Exactly, cool. In the end, somebody eats. Fire Monkey Rob, how you doing, buddy? How's it going tonight, Fire Monkey? Hope you're having a grand day. And we got the matches in this cave. The matches that spawn by this fire do not always spawn there. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. So, it's kind of a crapshoot whether you'll get them or not, but it's a nice place to check. If you spawn in Desolation Point, it's a nice place to check this cave down here to get some more matches coming out of Desolation Point. So, it's one place I'll often check. What's the mission tonight? We're going to Desolation Point. The goal is Desolation Point and getting some more arrows. Get another knife and another hatchet forged because I got 2 whetstones right now. I think I actually have 3. I think one of them, yeah, one of them's really low. But I'm getting low on whetstones. So I'm now, Sweet Lou, I'm now starting to think long term and go, okay, I need to get an extra knife, an extra hatchet, get some more arrowheads. I think right now we have 12 arrows on us. We have like 1 arrowhead back at base. And we got 2 more on us, so we got 15 arrowheads right now. So right now I'm just kind of like starting thinking long term. And Desolation Point's always my favorite second forge to go to. It's sort of like second breakfast in Lord of the Rings. You know, you always have to have second breakfast, and you always have to have second forge. And Desolation Point's a fun forge to go to, because you can go there, you can kill the bear, you can kill some deer, you can kill the moose if it's up. The moose is very rare in Desolation Point, though. Very, very, very rare. Let's read the rest of that book. Boop-a-dee-doo, boop-a-doo. There we go. Hey, we got Mending 4. Now, you know what the best part about Mending 4 is now we don't care about Mending 5. Because Mending 5 means nothing. So, yay, we got Mending 4. The reason mending 5 means nothing is now we have a 100% chance of repairing whatever item of clothing we repair. The only thing level 5 mending gives us over level 4 is level 4 gives us an 85% chance of successful repair, which translates into a 100% chance of successful repair. And that's all we care about. That's all we care about. We are on day 120. Because the only thing we care about is having that 100% chance. Because there's nothing worse than repairing a bearskin coat, or rabbit skin gloves, or deerskin pants or boots, and failing your mend. Failing your mend is just so discouraging on that it's just like, oh, really? So, yeah. Getting mending 4 is nothing I ever pushed for, but we've read 2 books and repaired a bunch of clothing. And so now we have the 100% chance, and that's all we care about.
Something's gotta go.
That's all we care about. Alright, let's grab some torches. We're just gonna chill here for the night. Do levels take exponentially longer? Yes. To get from level 4 to level 5 cooking takes as much time as to get from level 1 to level 4. That's how many tries it takes, basically. So it takes quite a bit longer to level up from level 4 to 5 than it did from 1 to 4, or about the same amount of time. It takes a lot of mending to level those up after you get to level 4. So that's why I really don't care. Especially with the mending. The mending, once you get to level 4, that's all you care about. Level 4 is the GOAT. Because, once you get that, you got your 100% chance, and then all level 5 does for you... All level 5 does for you is it takes less time to mend, and you get more repair value out of your mend at that point. See, I think... Here's what I think. I think level 5 should open up other opportunities. I think level 5 should allow you to repair 0% clothing. Or do something where level 5 allows you to have access to different things or something. I think there should be some greater benefit to level 5, especially since it's so damn hard to get to level 5 in the first place. But I wish it would do something like that. But I think the clothing crafting in this game needs a overhaul anyway. I think they need to add more options for crafted clothing. I think there needs to be more stuff and things that you can do with crafted clothing later on in the game. But that's just me. I'm gonna take that and these birch with me. I'm gonna leave that one here along with the guts. Well, actually, you know what? We have that deer outside to harvest. Why did I not do that? Dag nabbit. I should have done that while I had the fire going. I totally spaced that off. There's a perfectly good deer corpse right outside that we can get a little more meat off of. I didn't even think about it. And we have Carcass Harvesting 5, so we can do whatever we want here. Oh, it's only 1 arrow down. Oh, yeah. We're harvesting this whole baby. We got 1 arrow down temps and Interloper on day 120, my friends.
Wonder if I can drop
I mean, it's still negative
spear.
4 degrees. Still negative 4. But 1 arrow down is 1 arrow down. Drop this hide back here, too. But yeah, it'd be really cool if they gave us some other clothing options. I would really be stoked for that. I could have sworn there was a birch or there was a fir or a cedar hanging around here, but I guess not. I guess I was hoping there was a cedar or a fir hanging around here. Guess we just are not that lucky. Bear hide undies. I don't know as if we'll ever see that. Fur lasts a little longer. The main thing with fur is that you get 8 degrees of temperature from fir, where you only get 6 degrees from cedar. But cedar generally is easier to get. Now with a match and our book, we should get 100%. Yep. Level 5 mini gives 100%. Repair time by 40, 25. Item condition increase 35. Yeah, see, the thing is, though, that technically level 4 gives you 85% chance of repair, which somehow equates to 100% chance on everything. Don't ask me to do the math. I don't get it. I don't understand it. But anything we try to repair right now will be 100%. Alright, we got a couple torches too. I'll leave those here. Don't need those on my travels. Yeah, level 5 gives you the official 100% repair, but you don't really even need it. Level 4 is all you need. Be nice to make socks and thermal underwear. Yeah, that'd be a cool thing if that unlocked at level 5. I'd be like, okay, I can see that. That's cool. You've gotten better at your skills. You got the skills that ill now.
Dusk, so night can't be far behind.
I'll take the wolf hide. Why not? It gives me something to do. I'll never do anything with it, but it'll make a nice carpet in here for us. Bearskin bedrolls 97. My other clothing's getting a little worn down, but that's okay. We'll get hides and stuff as we go along, so I'm not too worried about it. We got tons of hides in Coastal Highway. Even more hides in Pleasant Valley. Hey, Ath, I would like them to add a random legendary moose or bear and have a code from that. Well, you know, I was hoping they were going to do something like that with the Timberwolves. I don't think they're going to do that. They might somewhere down the road. Be kind of interesting if there was like one in the game. I was hoping that the Timberwolves were going to be like that, where the Timberwolves gave you a unique pelt that you could only get from Timberwolves, and you could only make certain clothing items with that pelt that you got from Timberwolves. Believe me, I was hoping and praying that's what it was going to be, but no. No. You do all the crafting at once and deal with cabin fever, craft one item and get some gap. Usually what I do cool is I will usually front load my crafting with like 5 or 6 days spending outside in caves, so that when I do go inside, I've got all this built up like outdoor time that it has to eat. So basically I'll spend like 5 days outside and then I go inside. And so now my outdoor time outweighs all the time. I could spend like 3 or 4 days inside before it starts, the window moves far enough from that outdoor time. So usually I'll front load it a lot with outdoor time. That's usually how I deal with it. All right, we're gonna take those. How far are we from dawn? Yeah, we're gonna go. We're gonna go. We're gonna travel up and around. Ooh, look at that moon. Usually I don't travel at night because I hate it. I like to be safe, but it's a pretty moonlit night. It looks nice outside. We don't have a storm. We're rested. so why not? But yeah, that's usually the way I deal with it, cool. Now, sometimes you have no options. Like, you come back from the forge run, you're running low on food, you have to make a bow and arrow, so you suck it up, you make a bow, you make like 5 or 6 arrows, you get a really high cabin fever risk, or maybe get cabin fever, but usually if I'm doing that, I'm at the Carter Hydro Dam, so I can just go inside. I can go outside into the ravine, hunt a few deer, and be good. Can you repair at night when the moon is out? You can repair at night and read at night outside or in a cave as long as there is no blizzard or fog. It doesn't even have to be the moon out. As long as there's not a blizzard or a fog storm, you can do both those activities at night. Oh, really? Might as well. So yes, as long as it's nice outside, you can do all those normally restricted activities. As long as there's not a fog storm or
carry much more.
Or a blizzard. There is a deer down here. Nice. Get a bit of a wind.
Too cold to think.
Yeah, I know, buddy. Oh, I think I left most of my fuel back there. Oh, I think I still have a coal on me, so we'll be good.
Come on.
Come on, come on. Pork choppies and smashed garlic taters hit the hungry spot. Oh, nice.
It worked.
Yeah, it's pretty cold out here.
I might have to drop some gear. Looks like I survived another night.
Looks like I survived another night. Can you sleep in a snow shelter if you don't have a bedroll? Yes, you can.
I have to leave something behind.
Yep, snow shelters have a built-in bedroll. It only gives you, I think, about 3 degrees warmth, but yes, you can. It doesn't give you a lot of warmth, though. It's not super warm, so beware doing it in Interloper without an active fire going by it, because you'll probably, unless you just build it and you're doing it a few hours at a time, you can get away with it. But if you try to sleep in it like for the full night, my guess is you're probably gonna freeze to death. That would be my assumption, is you're gonna freeze to death because the fire will probably get blown out. Or if you don't have a fire, you'll just die because you're freaking cold. But yes, it does have a built-in bedroll, so snow shelters are a really good resource. But you gotta have, what is it, 5 cloth and a bunch of 15 sticks, I think, to build one. So it takes a bit to build one, but yeah, it can save your butt. That's why I really like the cave in, there's a cave in Winding River where the cave itself extends out far enough that there's snow inside the cave that you can actually build the snow shelter on. And then you can build a fire in there that allows you to, that will never get blown out. That allows you to live all night. A fire, yeah, fire barrel's also a good place to build it. That can save your butt. There's also the cave. Well, there's the cave in the bottom of Milton, down in the Milton Basin. The one that has the secret tree. You can build a snow shelter there by secret tree and build a fire, and it will never get blown out by the wind either. It's immune from the wind as well. So there's 2 spots that I know of that have like guaranteed safe area from the wind that you can chill in. So but again, the fire barrel, like the fire barrel there at the in Pleasant Valley by the house, is a great one if you're running into cabin fever risks. Go outside, break down, build a fire in the fire barrel, break down some of the crap around it, build yourself a snow shelter, use the wood that you just got from breaking all the stuff down, and you can just go ahead and sit in that shelter for forever, basically. As long as you got wood, you can sit in that shelter and chill and never ever have a problem, because the fire can never get blown out. Actually, you know what? I think I'll take the meat, and then I'll come back out and grab the rest of the stuff once we get the meat going. Wow, 1.7, baby. Yeah, the snow shelter is something that I don't use very often, but it's a very good resource to use if you need to. It's a very good resource to use if you need to, because it'll save your butt. But thank you, Python Papa, for bringing up this fire barrel, because that's a very good option. Very good option for that everlasting fire, because fire barrels can never get blown out.
Turned out pretty well. Drop any of this gear.
Might as well get these drying a little bit too. That curing, a couple of those curing. Let's drop a birch bark tea and get that warmed up real quick. Drink that down. We got 16 minutes and 30 minutes. I can get the 2 guts. This guy, unfortunately, will just turn and run when he gets here, but...
So cold.
Oh, man, I missed him. I was trying. I knew he'd just run from the fire, though. It's the only downside to having a fire.
Too heavy.
Alright. See if we get warmed up here a little bit by the fire. Do. Let's just sharpen up something. Sharpen up my knife. That should give me somewhat on the way to it. Harvest those. I just want to get warmed back up a little bit before we go out and try to take the hide. take it with my hands, so we'll do that. Yikes, it's getting cold out here. It's getting cold out there. God dang it. You know what we could do, for the time we have left, I have some birch bark tea to cook up.
Can't feel my feet.
Oh, I need to cook that herbal tea up too before it goes bad. If I have any more fuel, I have no more fuel, so. Alright. Let's drop the other hide we got. Boom. Boom diggity. Get our bow out. Snow's out, bow's out, baby. Well, we got two more tins of coffee, which is nice. We got those. Those have dropped a little bit. Once you actually make the tea, it never goes down in quality, but before that, the tea packets can decay. So you want to kind of you want to use them up or get them cooked up when you can, because otherwise they'll decay into nothingness. So. Repair a little bit and get warm, and then we're gonna head to the mine. To the mine! Oh, we're going stinky, baby.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
I know there's one more wolf out here. Sometimes there's a box here, but there's not today. Woo! Blake John for 31! Woo! Thank you, Bleak John, for that 31-month resub. I gotta have my air conditioner pointed over towards me. It's pointed into the room right now.
Just resubscribed for 31.
Ah, there we go.
Tay Bear High, Tay Bear High.
Tay Bear High, Tay Bear. Oh, Tay Bear High. Well, hello, Bleak John, and thank you so much for that beautiful 31-month resub. Holy crap, how's it been 31 months already, my friend? That is crazy, that's pushing 3 years. That is absolutely insane. Well, thank you again, Bleak John, for that 31-month resub. Hope you're having a fabulous, fabulous day. Where's the bunny rabbits? I don't see any bunnies. Sometimes there's free matches in here, but probably not today. But I got the free matches down below there. Usually there's a couple bunny rabbits in that area. What's my bow at now? 27% bow. We're gonna have to be very judicious in what we shoot in the next zone. Because I have a maple that's curing. It's not cured yet. The guts aren't cured either. Alrighty, in we go. Into the breach. Alright, what do we got that doesn't weigh very much? We'll eat the 0.67. We'll eat down some of that as well. Get out our lantern. It's nice we found another lantern that had a lot of oil in it. I found all I need is one lantern for the game, and the rest of them I just break down and steal the oil from. Get some oil, get some metal, and we're good to go. I know some people like to leave lanterns around the world. I used to do that too. But I always would seem to come in on, like, I'd leave a lantern there, like I'd go from Coastal Highway to Pleasant Valley and leave the lantern at the end of the cave going, oh, I'll use it when I come back. And then circumstances took me back to Coastal Highway again. I'd get back to that cave and I'd be like, crap, my lantern's all the way on the other end. So I'd have to light a torch anyway. So I'm like, especially now with the new carry weight stuff, I'm just like, I'll just carry it all. I'll just carry it all with me, baby. I'm a glutton for punishment. Boop-a-doo. Get all of our coal. Even if you aren't going to take all the coal with you, boys and girls, you always want to pick it up. Because coal inside these caves does respawn. About the only ones that I've never seen respawn are the ones that spawn inside, like, the little containers. But all the coal that's on the ground, if you pick it up, even if you pick it up and just take it and drop it at the exit to the cave, all the coal inside will respawn at that point. Hey, look, another mending book. I don't even know if we can read that for level 5. I know the archery, not the archery, the rifle books with the rifle firearm books, the 4-hour books you can't read after level 4. You can only read the 25-hour one after level 4.
Carry this load for much longer.
I know, buddy. We have got you weighed down like crazy. Crazy. We got meat and stuff on us though. We got food. We're gonna drop it here at the entrance probably. Jump outside and drop it down real quick. This is a pretty linear mine. This was one of their earlier mines, so the traversing this mine is not very hard. There's a couple little side passages that just dead end, but going through it itself, it's pretty straightforward. They didn't really start doing fancy stuff with the mines until later, where there were a few twists and turns, maybe something you could go down and around and there'd be a longer path to find a little hidey hole where there could be some stuff in it or something like that. But these early mines were pretty straightforward. They didn't have a lot of complicated things that you had to do to try to get through. Except just walk through. Guess I could drink some water. That'll get us a little lighter. Not by much, but a little bit lighter. HRV, yeah, HRV was the first real long ones that, like, really went in windy paths, you know? The ice caves were kind of their demo. Stuff. Things. Stuff. Things. Stuff. And stuff, Rick. We're doing things, Lori. I'm doing things, Lori, and stuff. What are you doing, Lori? You're sleeping with my best friend, Shane. That's what you're doing. You left me for dead in a hospital. That's what you're doing, Lori. And now I'm raising a child that I don't even know if it's mine. Lori. God, that character. It's sad. It's sad. You know, you just dislike a character so much because when they get killed, you're just like, oh, okay. I'm okay with. You know, in Walking Dead, there was always a thing where it was like certain characters die, and you were like, no, because it was like your favorite person or whatever. Like when Glenn died, I was done with that show. You know, other characters die, and you're like, okay. I mean, I didn't like it when Herschel died, but that was sort of the meta back then. You know, to kill characters that you weren't expecting. Because I didn't like that they killed Herschel. I liked Herschel. I thought he was an interesting character. There's certain characters when they died, like Lori, that I was like, I'm okay with that. It didn't really bother me that much. I personally didn't like that they killed Shane. I think Shane was going to be a cool... They could have gone on a cool character arc with him beyond what they did, and I don't know if it was the actor wanting to be off the show or what it was, but it just seemed very abrupt and without a lot of reasoning behind it, I guess. I would have liked to see his arc go further, I guess. And we didn't get a chance to. But, you know, that was sort of the thing with Walking Dead. Walking Dead was just one of those shows. Walking Dead was doing Game of Thrones before Game of Thrones was doing Game of Thrones. Walking Dead was subverting expectations way before. But Walking Dead, they did pretty good for a few seasons. Wasn't long after that he died that Punisher came out. And, yeah, that's true. He did have Punisher lined up, didn't he? I totally forgot about Punisher. Totally forgot about that. Honestly, I like the Punisher. I liked his portrayal of the Punisher. So I wasn't unhappy with the casting there. At all. Yeah, I was very happy with the casting. I thought he was better in Daredevil than he was in his own show. That's the only criticism I'd give. Is I think he was better in Daredevil than he was in his own show. But that's just me. But then again, I love Daredevil. I thought Daredevil was just like Daredevil was the peak of Marvel on the small screen. And there's been nothing better since then. Yeah, the show, not the actor. The actor did a fine job. Don't get me wrong. I think the actor did a fine job with what he had to work with. But I think he could. I think he kind of got shortchanged in his own show, if that makes any sense. I think season 7, I ditched Walking Dead. Huge zombie fan, just got stale. Thank you for the bear apocalypse, by the way. But we're in a cave, so that didn't really didn't do much. See, I ditched out on the season that Negan came into the show. It was just getting stale at that point for me. It was like, okay, they're gonna go to a city, everything is gonna be fine. You know, they go to the jail, everything looks fine. Then they run into the governor, everything gets burned to the ground, they have to move on to the next city. They get to Terminus, everything seems fine. But wait, they're cannibals, we gotta burn it to the ground. And they get to the next city, and everything seems fine. It just kept being the same repetitive thing over and over and over again. And I honestly just got a little bored of it, to be honest. I honestly just got bored. I did. And then they killed Glenn, and I was like, yeah, I'm done. I was like, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I know Glenn's not even like, I don't even think Glenn's in the comic book, but I was like, I like the Glenn character. I think he's an interesting character. And they're like, no, we're just gonna kill him. Because we got these new characters that we really want you to like now. So we're just gonna kill Glenn in the most unsatisfying... After we've already teased you that Glenn was dead, we're gonna kill Glenn in one of the most unsatisfying, non-heroic ways ever. We're just gonna do him in. I was like, well, you know, you do you. You do you. Yeah, can we just not even think about how bad Flash sucked at? Oh, Flash, Arrow season 1 through 3. Flash, I'll even give him season 2, Python Papa. I'll even give him season 2. Arrow and Flash were awesome when they started. Right about when Legends of Tomorrow came into the whole picture, that's when it really started getting bad. It was getting bad before then, but when Legends of Tomorrow came in, it was bad. It was bad. If it was a zombie apocalypse and Rick showed up with his mates, you'd just be like scared S-less, more dangerous than the zombies. Well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, a big roving band of people like that, you would just be like, yeah, keep moving along. Keep moving along. But a lot of shows go that way, though. A lot of shows start out really strong and then don't end super strong. I mean, look at The Expanse. I thought The Expanse was amazing. The last season of The Expanse was very lackluster. It started going downhill in season 4, in my opinion. Season 1, 2, and 3 of The Expanse were mwah, chef's kiss. 5 and 6 were not my favorites. I still love The Expanse, they just weren't my favorites. Battlestar BSG actually was pretty strong all the seasons of BSG. I still to this day love all the seasons of it. I didn't like a lot of the side stuff they did, but like Caprica was just garbage. But BSG itself was really well done. Firefly never lived long enough to see what it would have become, but Firefly is amazing. Doctor Who, up to the end of Matt Smith's run. Well, into Matt Smith's run. I would even give it all the way to the end of Matt Smith's run. But Doctor Who up through David Tennant, 10 out of 10 chef's kiss. After David Tennant, it started to go downhill. And I know there's people out there who'll be like, "Oh, but you love Doctor Who. How can you say that?" The writing for David Tennant was awesome. For some of Matt Smith's episodes had some great episodes, but as a whole, it was kind of lacking. Matt Smith's era began the eras of the companions becoming more important than the Doctor. Which, don't get me wrong, companions were always important. Rose was important. Martha was just annoying. Donna was very important. Donna was the most companion of the companions in the new Who that they ever had. Because there was no romantic thing. No, oh, the Doctor might be in love with his companion. No, the Doctor would never be in love with any of his earthly companions. You're talking about a Time Lord who's lived 700 to 900 years, falling in love with somebody who's been alive for 20, 21, 22 years? No, that's just not gonna happen. I'm sorry. You can have whatever headcanon you... Oh, jeez Louise. You can ever have whatever shipping you want to ship, but that's not gonna happen to the Doctor. It's just not. He can deeply care for his companions. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. He can deeply care about his companions. He deeply cared about Donna. The final scenes with Donna, where he was having to say goodbye to her, was just freaking heartbreaking. David Tennant was acting his ass off in those episodes. I mean, that was just like some heartbreaking stuff right there. But it doesn't mean that they're in love. See, that's the thing. I think that's the thing that bothers me with modern television, is everything has to be sexualized. You can't have two guy characters feeling really strongly about each other without being gay. You can't have a male-female relationship feeling very strongly about each other without them being shipped and, ooh, are they romantically involved? You can't just have, like, good, strong companionship between two people without them throwing some sexual element into it. It's like, that's why I love Donna so much, is that was from the get-go. From the get-go, when the Doctor told her, "I just want to mate," and she's like, "Mate? With you? Forget about it." You know, she just like outright just told him right off the bat, "You ain't ever got a chance with me." And he's like, No, I want a mate." And she's like, "Oh, well, you bet, you're damn well sure that's what you want, because you ain't getting anything else." And it was just like, oh, yes, beautiful writing. Shipping and handling is expensive, yeah, and it comes at a cost. It does come at a cost, too. Comes at a cost of characters. Comes at a cost of character building. It does. I'm gonna leave this deer here for feathers. 900 years or not, you gotta have snuggles, man, come on. See, that's the thing, though, is that, for me anyway, Python Papa, the Doctor was always something more than that. The Doctor was always something more than that. He wasn't bound to those same, you know, if you live 700 to 900 years old, it's sort of like It's sort of like the Ancient One in Babylon 5. The Ancient One in Babylon 5 who told Ivanova, you know, love, hang, only ephemerals could imagine that love would be forever. Because even love with time fades and turns to dust. And that was just like such a strong, that was like such a, it was such a good writing by Straczynski. I was just like, damn, you know, this guy's lived for millions of years, and he feels this way about love, and he's like, he almost misses it, but he realizes that even love doesn't last forever. That only creatures that can live for a short amount of time could actually believe that love would be forever. Which I just thought was just brilliant writing. I mean, that's why Babylon 5 is one of the best shows ever written. Unfortunately, it got dealt very dirty. It got dealt very dirty when it almost got canceled in season 4. And so we lost a lot of character building and stuff that was planned because they rushed the ending. But, that being said, Babylon 5 is one of the best ever.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
But but see, that's how I always took the Doctor, too. I was like, oh, he has these companions, but the companions to me were always the lens. Through which we could see the Doctor. It was the lens that let us relate to the Doctor. Because how else are you supposed to relate to a Time Lord who travels through time and space and sees amazing things all the time and has lived for 700-800 years? How can we relate to that? And the companions were always that for us. I know now I'm on Doctor Who talk. Everybody loves Doctor Who talk then. But yeah, I was very, after David Tennant, I was very lukewarm on Matt Smith's entrance into the Doctor. I liked his characterization of the Doctor. I thought he was pretty cool. I like Matt Smith as an actor. I think he's a very good actor as well. He didn't really have that doctorish vibe to me in a lot of ways. But he grew on me, and I really grew to love him as the Doctor. But unfortunately, the writing kind of changed at that point and became more centered on the companions. And after that, it always became centered on the companions. Became centered on the companions with Amy and Rory, and then Clara. Ugh. Good lord.
Thank goodness.
I cannot hide how much just like contempt I felt for her character. I did not like the character of Clara. I was not a fan. Just not a fan. And it's sad because I love Peter Capaldi. Peter Capaldi again, amazing freaking actor. Amazing actor. He was amazing in Vesuvius. In the episode Vesuvius, I think it was Vesuvius. It was about the you know, the mountain, the Pompeii erupting. And he was amazing in that episode. Well, that's what you get. That's what you get, son. You come sniffing around my house with your 6 kilos of meat. That's what you get. Yeah, I miss Doctor Who too. It's sad how it ended. It's really sad how Doctor Who ended. They could have ended it so well, and they didn't. It's just it's so sad. you doing, Stewie? How's it going, buddy? How you doing, bud? Yes, I have never ever had any interest in Jodie Whittaker as the Doctor. Sorry. I didn't even like when they made the Master a lady. I was just like, no, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm sorry. There's certain characters I would never want to see. I would never want to see them remake Aliens and make Ripley a guy. And I never want to see. There's certain characters that are immutable characters that do not need to be changed for identity politics. And just like I would never want to see Sarah Connor done, have Sarah Connor's role taken by a man. The Doctor is a guy, the Master is a guy. I don't need to see Laura Croft as a dude. No, I'm good. There are certain characters that the whole reason they became popular is they're iconic. And when you have iconic characters and you take them and change them for no other reason than your identity politics, it pisses me off. Because could you imagine if they came out with a remake of Aliens and they said, yeah, well, Ripley is kind of a non-binary name, so we're gonna make Ripley a dude. Ripley's gonna be a dude in this one now, and he's gonna go fight the aliens. We don't want to recast Sigourney Weaver's role, which was freaking amazing, by the way. We don't want to recast her role. Was it Sigourney Weaver? Yeah. I always get her and Linda Carter mixed up. We don't want to recast her, so we're just gonna recast her as a dude. People would be going bat-ass crazy. They would be roasting him non-stop. Everybody would be roasting him, going, oh, you guys are making the worst mistake ever. The worst mistake ever. Because she is amazing. I mean, I grew up thinking that was like one of the... I was like, she is so freaking cool. Especially in Aliens. In Aliens, she's great. But in Aliens, it's like, oh my god. I remember that one line in Aliens where the guy sardonically, he asked the one gal who's a Marine. It's like, hey, do you ever get mistaken by a dude? And she goes, no. Have you? It was just like, oh, and all the Marines are like sitting around going, oh snap, oh snap. Well, there's only 2 Aliens movies that actually exist. You're right. There's only 2. Oh fudge, no. Ripley and Connor are never male or I quit. I mean that too, yeah. Alien 1 and 2 are the best. 3 in my opinion. Oh, 3. I was so pissed when I went to the movie theater and saw 3. I was so hyped, and back then we didn't have the internet as much. We didn't have like leaks going out and stuff. We didn't have leaks of what was going to happen in the movies. And I went to Aliens 3 and I was like, what the... the first time I think in a movie I was like, what the hell is this? What the hell is even that? You liked Alien 3? I couldn't stand it. Oh my god. Just getting rid of her in like the first 5 minutes of the movie. Oh. Did I like Blade Runner 2049? Not really. It's funny, Stooley, about 9 months ago, me and Uncle Bronto and his wife, we actually got a chance to go see Blade Runner and Blade Runner 2049 in the theater, at the OMSI Theater, so we went and saw those back to back. And, yeah, Blade Runner 2049 was not that great. I'm just gonna say, it wasn't that great. Especially when compared back to back with the original Blade Runner. It really, I mean, I can see why people liked it. I can see why people liked 2040-99, because it was aesthetically, it was pretty good. It wasn't bad. It wasn't like horrific. It just compared to the original one. Ooh. Yeah, that's like taking a fine vintage wine and going, yeah, this box wine's just as good. All right, Hawkeye, have a great night, Hurricane. Oh, we're talking about movies, bad remakes, swapping cast characters. We started off talking about Doctor Who and how freaking amazing Doctor Who is, and how freaking amazing Doctor Who used to be. So yeah, we're just having some fun. But good night, Hawkeye. Have a great one, buddy. By the way, on the door out, boys and girls, we do have to give Hawkeye one more little.
The game only has zombies.
That was
the trapping skill allows you to construct. Let me show you actually.
Listen to this man.
As a trapper, we can construct cages if
He
we've got
knows
sufficient amount of skill.
He
to
knows
so
his
make,
Project
like,
Zomboid.
snares,
Go check him out.
to try and catch birds.
I love the big dude with the axe in Alien
box
3
traps.
clank. I jumped like 8 feet. Yeah, I'm not saying Alien 3 was horrible. I'm just saying, as part of the Alien series, I liked it as much as I liked Prometheus. I think that was what it was called. The Alien prequel or whatever. I was upset that they did not bring back certain characters. I was upset that they basically, within the first 5 minutes, said, "Oh yeah, these characters you loved in Aliens 2, oh yeah, they all died in cryosleep, and so yeah, don't worry. All that stuff that she went through in Alien 2 to save Newt and everything, yeah, just don't even think about that. Don't think about it too long. Enjoy the movie that we have for you now." And I was like, no. It annoyed me on many levels. And that, you know, but then again, I've you know, that's why there's 2 Predator movies, there's 2 Alien movies. There is only 6 Star Wars movies if you want to include the prequels. There's only 3 Indiana Jones movies. Fight me on that one if you want to. There's certain things in my head canon that there's only a certain limited amount of. There's only 2 Ghostbusters movies and a Ghostbusters Afterlife. Yeah, I guess that was the thing too. I just didn't have much fun with Aliens 3. There was nothing there to hang my hat on, I guess. I mean, I've watched, and that's the other thing too, is rewatchability. I've watched Alien and Aliens so many times that I can quote lines from them. I remember scenes from them. I remember the plot of the story. Ask me the plot of Aliens 3, all I remember is it pissed me the hell off. And I can't even remember past that. When you get handed one of the most profitable movie franchises and fail. Yeah, a la Disney Star Wars. Yeah, pretty much. The license to print money. What did you think of the new Batman with Robert Pattinson? I've not even seen it. I have not even seen it. It's not because I don't like Robert Pattinson. I just never went and saw it. Yeah, I mean, you know, I've never seen. I heard it's pretty slow. I heard it's a little long in the tooth. Let's just say, it's a little long in the tooth for what it should be. They could have tightened it up a little bit more. But then again, Hollywood loves to smell its own farts, so it doesn't surprise me that they made it a pretty long movie. Doesn't surprise me in the least bit.
Just need to close my eyes.
But I've heard they should have tightened it up a little bit more on the sides. But that's more of an editing issue than anything else. So I've not seen it yet, though. I was gonna wait and come out, you know, see it when it came out on video and stuff. Well, on streaming service or something. Plus, Ridley Scott wanted nothing to do with directing Alien 3 because they kept changing the script constantly. Went from Direct Adventures of, and he went off to Direct Adventures of Ford Fairlane. Oh God, good God, what an odd choice to make, Fire Monkey, isn't that? He went from Aliens to Adventures of Ford Fairlane with Andrew Dice Clay. I remember that movie. It was horrible. I mean, it's funny, ha ha. As far as like, it's so bad, it's funny. But yeah. Yeah, that was bad. But see, I think the thing is too that, especially with properties like Aliens, Predator, Star Wars, Marvel, all of these properties, they kind of almost overstay their welcome. Where they go, oh God, well this is really popular, let's pump out more of it, make some more money while we can. So they drive it into the ground where to the point where it's just ground into dust and it doesn't even resemble what it used to, and people are just tired of it after a while. I mean, I'm that way with Star Wars and Marvel anymore. I mean, back in the early aughts, well, go back to the 80s and 90s, we were dying for good Marvel movies. We would have given our left big foot for a great Marvel movie compared to some of the crap we were seeing back then. But, you know, in the early aughts, I was so excited for all the new stuff coming out. I was even excited for that crappy Hulk movie they came out with. The Ang Lee ones where it was just CGI garbage all the time. I wasn't even excited for that. I was even excited for the new Star Wars when it first came out. That kind of fell off a cliff quickly, but they, you know, they've redeemed themselves in some ways. It's better than the sequel trilogy. Can you post links? Oh, hold on a second. You can now for the next 60 seconds. I heard actually pretty mixed stuff about Prey. I heard it wasn't bad. Let's just put it that way. I heard it wasn't awful. So, you know, when you hear something isn't awful these days, it's like, oh, then I might actually like it. Hold on one second. Ang Lee's Hulk is a masterpiece compared to current Hulk? Yeah. Who wants Smart Hulk? Nobody wanted Smart Hulk. They didn't even explain what happened. He went from being Thor Ragnarok Hulk to being, oh, now I'm Smart Hulk.
Feeling so drained.
I've learned to control my anger, so now I have no problems anymore. Gray Hulk was actually a thing in the comic books back in the day. The Gray Hulk was sort of like an enforcer Hulk. He was a little less powered Hulk, and he actually had intelligence. But that's not the Hulk we want to see. Marvel, plain and simple, Marvel doesn't know what to do with the Hulk. They don't know what to do with a character like that. They just don't. They just don't. They have no freaking clue what to do with them. Yeah. They're completely different people and don't agree. Yeah. That's what the Hulk is all about. That's what his entire existence is about, the dichotomy between him and Bruce Banner. And the struggles that they go through, and the struggles for control, the struggle, you know, and Bruce is able to control the Hulk when he's not angry. That's the thing, is like, the whole thing about when he gets angry, he turns into the Hulk. Well, no, not really. When he gets angry, Bruce can no longer mentally hold the Hulk back. That's what allows the Hulk, is the chink in the armor that the Hulk persona can use to break through and take over. It's sort of like if you had that little demon always sitting on your shoulder and you were able to stave him off, but when you did a certain thing or you got angry or you got frustrated, he could come out. Because you then did not have the wherewithal to control it anymore. And that's the thing that I hated about, I mean, I know everybody loves the line where he's like, you know, how do you control it? I'm always angry. It's I almost outright laughed in the theater when that happened. I almost just laughed in the theater when he said that line. I was like, that is the most ridiculous, stupid line I've ever heard. Because that's never the way the Hulk's been in the comic book. Ever. I'm sorry. That's just not how classic Hulk is done. I'm always angry. I'm always angry. Alright, there's our stem. Oh yeah, they made the Hulk way weaker. I mean, you want to see the true Hulk? You want to see the true Hulk? Go look at Secret Wars. Let me see, what cover is that? Secret Wars. Let's see, this will take me like 5 seconds to look up, because it's one of the most popular comic book covers ever. So, all you have to do is go check out that cover right there, Secret Wars number 4. Beneath 150 billion tons stands the Hulk, and he's not happy. That is the power. Oh, and I'm sorry. Who's over here in the corner? Who's over here in the corner, laying down because she can't do anything? Oh, it's She-Hulk. Because She-Hulk is discount Hulk. She's not as strong. She's not as powerful as the Hulk. Nobody is. Nobody is. The Hulk exponentially, the angrier he gets, the stronger he gets. I'm sorry. She-Hulk's a great character. I love the She-Hulk. But Mrs. Python says hi. Hi, Mrs. Python. Planet Hulk and World War Hulk. Oh, God. Those were awesome. I have those. I own those. Thimble comics. I own those. Timble's comics. I own those ones. Yeah, that's the Hulk. The Hulk is arguably the strongest MCU character there is. If he gets his strength level is not measurable, basically. Because he gets stronger the angrier he gets. Yeah, Thanos, the Hulk could go toe-to-toe with Thanos. Thanos is really strong. And with the Infinity Gauntlet, yes. With the Infinity Gauntlet, he can definitely stand toe-to-toe with the Hulk. But without the Infinity Gauntlet, Hulk smash. And Thanos go, ow. They made Thanos so OP in pre-Infinity Gauntlet. They made Thanos so OP in the MCU. They just did. Joker, formidable opponent. Bane, almost broke bat. Incel nerd from the internet, not a proper villain. I deal with him on stream every day. Yeah. Yep, pretty much. Pretty much. Pretty much there, Blackman PL. Like Thanos plays Hulk's hands, fried Hulk's hands from his armor. Like what? No one can do that. Yeah, exactly. But see, that's the thing. Is like the thing to remember. See, here's the thing. Yes, the Hulk is a brute force that is unrivaled. But the other thing you have to remember, see, the way Thanos defeats the Hulk is he doesn't defeat the Hulk through brute force. He defeats the Hulk because the Hulk is a mindless being that is all instinct, all he just is basically all smash. And he doesn't think about, you know, he's very easily tricked. That's how most characters defeat the Hulk, is they trick the Hulk. They do a feint, and of course the Hulk falls for it because he's a straightforward fighter. He's a straightforward, mindless rage fighter. He has no guile, no subtlety about him at all. And that's how a character like Thanos would defeat him. He wouldn't defeat him in a hand-to-hand, straight-up combat. That just ain't gonna happen. I'm sorry. Just ain't gonna happen. Well, and that just, to me, also what that does, Timble Comics, is it dumbs down Thanos as well. It makes Thanos into a brute, where Thanos in the comics is anything but a brute. But hi, G and you, Jit, how you doing? I hope you're having a good day. Thank you. This beanie was actually made for me by a viewer, who will put a shout out up there for. She has a little sewing place. She's quite the witty knitter. She knitted this for me. It's got a bear on the back. It's got sticks around the bear. There's sticks over here around the bear. When we go bear hunting, we'll turn it the other way and get it going. But yes, she actually knitted it for me, so she's a very witty knitter. But it doesn't, see, that's the thing. The MCU in several ways has done misjustice to both the Hulk's character as well as Thanos' character. Plus 2 charisma, plus 2 long dark skill. Oh yeah. Plus 2 warmth. Yep. See, that's I think what bothered me most with. I mean, believe me, Jim Starlin's Infinity Gauntlet and Infinity War series were awesome and amazing. I was so happy to see them adapted for film, and of course they're gonna change stuff in it. They're gonna put in characters that you can care less about, like Captain Marvel, who's a dude. And they will leave out characters that should have been in Infinity Gauntlet and Infinity War, like Warlock, Adam frickin' Warlock. See, that's the thing I'm just totally baffled by, too. I'm like, at the end of Guardians of the Galaxy, they showed the cocoon. They showed the cocoon that Adam Warlock comes from. And I was like, yeah, they're gonna bring Adam Warlock into the fray and have him be, do what he's supposed to do. Because Adam Warlock is a pivotal character in the Infinity Saga. And we never heard from him again. Yes, Captain Marvel's a dude. Sorry, Captain Marvel's a dude. Again, another iconic character that they have to go, yeah, well, we made her a female in the comic book, so let's just throw her into the role immediately. Well, yeah, there's a comic where Thanos has Hulk on a chain and makes him eat the Avengers. Isn't that like the zombie ones or something? Yeah, Captain Marvel. Good lord. Where to begin on that atrocious movie? Good God. I think the only movie that made me more pissed off than that one was Mountain of Marvel's Madness, whatever it was. DC's comics, yeah. Dead Comics. Batman is a woman. No! Batman is Bruce Wayne. Batman is Bruce Wayne. Superman is Clark Kent. Captain America is Steve Rogers. Falcon is his own character. Falcon again. Falcon just got such... Well, and the funny thing is, they're like, well, we wanted to put a person of color in for Captain America's role. And it's like, did you guys forget about Rhodes? Did you guys just like, did they just lose their freaking marbles and forget about Rhodey? I mean, War Machine? War Machine was set up to be Tony Stark's replacement. Did they just, like, forget things? I mean, War Machine... I would have totally been down for War Machine taking over for Tony Stark. I would have totally been down for Bucky taking over for Captain America. That's the progression. That's the line of succession that you go for. And even Bucky taking over as Captain America never worked. They had to bring back Steve Rogers again for Captain America. Bucky taking over Captain America never even worked. They can't remember that, they're gonna bring in Riri Williams now to replace Iron Man. It's like, no. You forgot about Rhodes? Rhodey was like, yeah, what they did to Captain America was a sin. First off, he would never have been selfish enough. The Captain America we see in Captain America, Civil War, Avengers Age of Ultron, and all the movies up to Endgame, the Captain America we see in those movies would never, ever be so selfish as to put his own pleasure and his own wishes before the greater good. That's just like totally destroyed Cap right there. Period. Number one. Taskmaster is a guy, and he's a really cool guy too. Taskmaster was always freaking awesome. And that's the thing too, is like, the sad thing about it, Tristan, is there's so many great female characters in the MCU. So many great female characters. She-Hulk is a great one. They've totally ruined her now, but She-Hulk is a great MCU character. Black Widow was amazing. I mean, Black Widow is awesome. Tigress. I mean, they've never brought Tigress in. Why have they not brought her in? They have so many people they could choose from. So many. And they've just gone, yeah, we're okay. We're good. We're gonna take the mantle of another character that you really like. We're gonna give it to this character, and you're gonna like them too. The place that it's all coming to a head, and I've been seeing a lot of this, the place that it's all coming to a head is Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is where it's all coming down, baby. Lord of the Rings is the final straw. Because Lord of the Rings fans, no. No. They ain't gonna put up with it. I'm sorry. They just ain't gonna do it. They're like, no. This is the hill that we're dying on. Yeah, Wolverine smokes cigars and drinks beer all the frickin' time. If they make a Marvel movie without Wolverine having a stogie, I'm out. I'm done. I'm done. It's just no. Nope. Oh, you want good comics, GNU? Here's my recommendation. Go and find, well, if you want good Marvel comics, you need to go back into the 80s, early 90s. Logan was awesome. I love Logan. But go back to the 80s, early 90s. If you want a chef's kiss, go find trade paperbacks of Chris Claremont's X-Men, Uncanny X-Men series. Best stuff out there, in my opinion. Some of the best writing you'll ever see in comic books. It's freaking amazeballs. If you want, pretty much anything, a lot of the stuff from the 80s was really good. A lot of stuff from the 80s was really good. Sure, there's going to be clunkers no matter what, because there's always clunkers in everything. But a lot of the 80s stuff was really, really top-notch. The 90s is kind of hit and miss. There's a lot of good stuff from the 90s. A lot of it's hit and miss, though. The 90s was kind of in my opinion, it was kind of a dark era for comics. Mainly because I worked at a comic book shop, and that was when the whole investor bubble fell out of baseball trading cards. The bottom fell out of it, and the investors came over to comics looking for their next, you know, what can I turn over for easy money? What can I buy now that'll be worth a lot of money in a year? You know, which basically I told them nothing. And they were like, what do you mean? What do you mean? The Death of Superman comic? That's worth 25 bucks now. And I'm like, yeah, talk to me in 10 years when Death of Superman is garbage and nobody cares anymore. Which, I was right. Death of Superman comic, nobody gives a crap about. Yeah, I mean, early 90s stuff's not bad. Mid 90s to early 2000s was pretty horrible. The early aughts was kind of a revitalization in some ways in comic books. And then in the early teens, it started to go bad. And I have not bought a comic book since about 2016, 2017, somewhere around there I stopped buying books. Just because I didn't like them anymore. They were just not, they weren't well written. The artwork was really bad. Just kind of all went, it all started going downhill, you know? And it was sad, because I like comic books a lot. I like them a lot, but, you know, go buy some of the old trades, you know? Go buy some of the old trades. I prefer floppies myself. I'm not a big trade paperback person. But I prefer the floppies myself, so that's just me. But some people really like trades, and they are a more inexpensive way to get your hands on some of those great books. And so there are always those to do. Seen some of the newer comics, so disappointed with both the art and the story. The art is bad, but the stories are even worse. The stories act like the stories are very preachy. They're very preachy. They can never let go of their issues. They're written by people who hate comic books, for the most part, who have no idea about the history of comics, who don't have any idea about the lore behind comics, and pretty much just hate you. And I'm okay not being hated. I would just rather, you know, do my own thing. I've read a few independents, and they're not bad. There's a lot of good independent stuff out there. DC and Marvel are the worst, but there's a bunch of good independent stuff out there here and there. So I'm not a complaining boomer. I just like good art and story. Yeah, well, that's all we want, Blackman PL. That's all we want is good art, good story. That's what we grew up on. That's what we grew up on back in the day. We grew up on good art, good stories. And I don't think it's too much to ask, but then again, it is too much to ask these days, it seems like. These days, good art and good stories are hard to come by. See, that's the thing, though. Their whole line about getting a newer generation is like, okay, well, that's fine, but what's made these comics popular for 60, 70 years, that's the thing, is like, if comic books were only if they were only a thing that were hot for 10 years, and they could be like, well, the older generation of comic book people, they don't want to buy them anymore, so we need to get a new generation in. That's not true, though. Comic books were popular from the 50s, the 40s, the 30s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s. It was a cross-generational thing. Now, I think the thing they don't like about it, and this is probably going to be very controversial, the thing that a lot of them don't like about it is that, as a general rule, comic books were a industry that was popularized and kept alive mainly by males. It was a male, you know, centered, type thing. But that's just knowing your audience. That has nothing to do with not wanting girls to be in it. That's just knowing your audience. Your audience is generally male. That's who you're gonna make your product for. They generally don't make fashion type things for you know, for men. They mainly make fashion type things for women, and fashion type shows and products for women. It's okay to do that. It's okay to have things that guys enjoy, and it's okay to have things that women enjoy too. I know that comes as a very controversial statement, but it's okay to have that. Well, I don't buy that. That's a lie made up by people like Sarkeesian, who wanted to get a foothold in the industry. I don't really believe in the whole sexism in comic thing. I think that I think, well, let's put it this way: if there was sexism in comics before, Now it's completely reversed, and their diversity hires are running the industry into the ground. Their self-inserts and their preaching about the evil patriarchy is running the comic industry into the ground. And that's probably going to be the most controversial thing I say. I never saw any sexism in the comic industry. We were more than happy when I had my comic shop and the comic shop I worked for. We were more than happy to service women customers as much as men customers. Sure, the 5% of the customers that were actually women weren't around a whole lot. But when I went to comic book conventions, actually comic book conventions, like actual comic where they sold comic books, not just sold the newest, hottest thing coming out, they were probably 70% male, 30% female. And the comic books the women liked were usually like X-Men, She-Hulk, that sort of stuff. But I don't think there was, I never felt any sexism in it. There was never anybody in my comic book shop that was like, get out! You're a female, get out of here, this is all area. You cannot be in here. But that also goes to the comic book writing as well. Is most of the people that were interested in writing comic books were dudes. Because guess what? Most of the people who were interested in comic books were dudes. That's like me going, I don't see enough straight male representation in the fashion industry. There must be something wrong with that. And it's like, well, it's because most of the people who are interested in fashion aren't dudes. Aren't straight dudes. That just is how it is. It's nothing that's wrong with it. It's just how it goes. There's interest. It's called interest. It's called having interest.
Gear is slowing me down.
And it's so sad that people like think that, you know, you have to have interest in things that you aren't interested in. Oh, Wonder Woman. Yeah, Wonder Woman was a great one too. Wonder Woman was a great one. They ate up Wonder Woman. When the Batgirl, Birds of Prey. When Birds of Prey first came out. Oh God. See, but Birds of Prey, I found both guys and girls like that series. That was really popular back then. But that's the thing too, is that, you know, the whole cries of sexism in the industry, I didn't believe them then, and I don't believe them now. I just don't. As when I was playing D&D, we had a saying, I disbelieve. Did it go away yet? I disbelieve. I keep disbelieving. But, you know, I've never seen any hard facts on that, to be honest. I think that's the thing. I've never seen any actual receipts of that happening. And I'm not saying that it couldn't. I'm not saying that it didn't. I'm just saying I haven't personally seen any receipts on it. I've just heard a lot of accusations. And sure, was there probably some people who were like, oh, this woman can't write a comic book? Probably. Were there those kind of people in the comic industry? Probably. I'm not going to deny it. I just don't think it's as widespread as people would like you to believe. And honestly, I don't think there were a lot of women interested in writing comic books in a lot of ways. Although that's the funny thing. Let me go back to the 80s. I was watching the Chris Claremont documentary. Guess who his editor-in-chief was? It was a woman. Women are not new in the comic industry. They want to make you think that women are this new thing that's only happened in the last 20 years, 15 years. Chris Claremont's editor-in-chief was a woman who had a lot of say on what he put in there. And they collaborated on a lot of the stuff that went into the X-Men. That doesn't seem like she was being shut out of the industry. That doesn't seem like she was being told, no, you can't do this. So, I kind of just, I don't buy that. I don't buy it. There have been women in the comic industry for a long time. There's been women in the comic industry as long as I've been reading comic books, so. Oh yeah, the guy who created Beta Ray Bill. Oh, I know that story, yeah. I can't remember his wife's name, but she did have a big input into his career, yeah. And so did Stan Lee's wife, yeah. They had influence in it too, so. And I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I mean, It very well could. I just don't think it's as widespread. I think the narrative's been formed because guess what? Follow the money. That's my favorite thing, is always follow the money. Whenever somebody accuses people of doing something or something being bad, follow where the money's going. Follow who's making a profit off of it. And you'll usually see what's happening. Him and his wife are writing a Thor series, continuing a series that he was writing before, and he can do it because it's his intellectual property. That is awesome. That is awesome that Marvel doesn't own that. That makes me so happy. Why does that make me so happy? That he can take Beta Ray Bill. I love Beta Ray Bill. I thought Beta Ray Bill was awesome. He was an awesome character. He was an awesome little replacement, like an alien replacement for Thor. I thought that was just so freaking cool. So, anyway, I'll get off my soapbox now. We're gonna take the soapbox, set it aside. We're gonna come back down. We're gonna go out and hunt some deer because I am on the verge of starvation in this game. And so I'm hoping there's a deer or two out here. There's still no deer. Where's all my frippin' deer? Is the bear over here? Is the moose up there? Where's all the animals? I don't think he can use Beta Ray Bill. I think they own that. Oh no! Okay, so but he can still use Thor. He can still use Thor. Gotcha. I mistook what you were saying there. But yeah, if you want to read some good comics, go back, find the old X-Men from the 80s and early 90s. Read those. I would recommend Justice League from back then too. Iron Man, Thor, Flash, Batman, Superman were all really good runs back then. Daredevil was amazing back when Frank Miller was doing Daredevil. Oh, beautiful stuff. Batman from the 90s was amazing. The Birds of Prey series, the early, not the current garbage they have, but the very first Birds of Prey series was really cool. Back when Barbara Gordon was actually Oracle, one of the coolest characters ever. Loved what they did with Oracle. Taking Batwoman Batgirl after she was shot by the Joker in Killing Joke, and actually incorporating that into the DC universe, taking her character and making her sort of like the character everybody else comes to get information, because she's like got her fingers in everything and knows everything. I loved Oracle. She was great. Chuck Dixon, that was great stuff back then. Really good stuff. There is really good stuff out there. Yeah, 80s, 90s X-Men was great. 80s, 90s X-Men was like the best. Especially the Chris Claremont stuff before they started New Mutants. And I know I get a lot of hate for saying I was not a big fan of New Mutants. I thought with every iteration of a new X property, it diluted it even more. I didn't like it when X-Men came out. I didn't like it when X-Men came out. And Chris Claremont, he thought the same exact thing. He did not like the dilution of his creation. Because Chris Claremont was very jealously possessive of what he had created, and I don't blame him. He created some great storylines, great story arcs, and I just thought when the X titles, go read Old Fantastic Four too, it's really good. I thought when they started bringing out different X titles for everything, it just diluted it. It made the whole less than it was, which made me kind of sad. Nope. Whether it was to have it be Wolverine's dad, not his brother. Really? Yeah, I never liked him being his brother. That annoyed me. That annoyed me. Okay, hold on one second. Hold on. I have to text my friend back. She's got a neighbor who is annoying pain in the butt, who basically comes over and badmouths her yard all the time, telling her that she should do certain things, when my friend takes really good care of her place. But she doesn't like to overwater her yard. She's pretty water conscious. She's like, we have a shortage of water right now. I'm gonna water my yard here and there, but in some parts it's gonna get a little brown. And it's like, there's nothing wrong with that. And her neighbor likes to come over and complain that her yard doesn't look all beautiful and green and stuff all the time. It's like, you know what? Shut up. Like, it's none of your business. It's my yard, not your yard. So, yeah, bugger off. And so basically she's texting her back telling her that. She's basically texting her back going, well, so far I've sustained a knee injury this summer taking care of my yard. And I water it every day. I only water it for a certain amount of time and use a certain amount of water, and I don't overwater my yard. Sorry. I guess she came over and complained that her yard was getting too brown. She didn't like how it was getting so brown. Could you imagine having the gall to come over to a neighbor and tell them that you didn't like how their yard looked when it's mowed? It's just turning a little brown because she doesn't water it every frickin' second. And it's been a very hot, dry summer. Very hot and dry summer. That just blows me away. Doesn't surprise me, it just blows me away that she'd do that. So she composed her a nice little letter saying, yeah, pretty much piss off.
I'm not gonna be able to carry this load.
Boomers rambling about comics on the canvas of the long dark. Yeah, you know, hey, that's what we do around here. Hey, comics have always been a passion of mine, so I will never, ever, 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 ever be shy about my opinions on comic books. Because they've always been a very big part of my life since I was 15 years old. Even before that, 12, 13 years old. So, when you come into Hibernia on Interloper, there's something you have to know. There is 3 spawn spots that can have your guaranteed matches. One of them is over here. One of them is in here on the desk, behind this book, which is not there. The other one that's very hard to find is the one that's way down at the end of the counter here. Because it looks exact. I mean, even with this light on, you stand down at this counter and look down there, you can barely see it. Yeah, my mom and dad were boomers too. I'm actually a Gen Xer, so. I'm actually a Gen Xer. I have boomer moments, but I think, pretty much I think boomer has become a term they just use for anybody who's over 50. It's become a generic term, sort of like anybody, you know, we just call, we have millennials and zoomers, and the line kind of gets blurred between millennials and zoomers anymore. It's sort of the same thing for boomers and Gen Xers. It's kind of a blurry line now, where boomer and Gen Xer stop and start. Because technically I'm a Gen Xer if you want to go off the technical aspect of it. But I don't care. It's a label people put on each other when they want to put them down for something, which I find offensive. Just on the face of it, it is basically telling older people F you. It is, and it's rude. It's just as rude. It's just as rude in my mind as to label all Zoomers as being lazy, which you could easily do. You could all label all Zoomers as being a bunch of snowflakes if you wanted to, which I think is wrong too, because you need to take people on an individual basis. And yes, some of them are snowflakes, but a lot of them are not. I know quite a few that are not. So it's disingenuous to label an entire group. When did we go back to labeling entire groups of people? When did that become a fad to do again? Isn't that what we fought for in civil rights in the 60s? And that I thought we were getting better in the 70s and 80s at, is not looking at people by groups and actually thinking of them more as individuals. Judging them by the content of the character. Judging them by the content of their character. They use it as a fuck. Good, I just said it too. An F you, old person. Boy, I even swore there. Sorry about that, everybody. The F-bomb slipped out. Yeah, they use it. Yeah, they older than you. Yeah, I never understood when that became a popular thing. It kind of sneaked up too. It kind of sneaked up because I thought we were on a pretty good. I mean, I was feeling 80s, even into the 90s. I was feeling pretty good about stuff. Like, you know, hey, I think we've made. You know, we're aware of all these things that have happened in our past. I think we've made some good strides. Good strides towards, you know, are things even and equal? No, but I think we've made some good strides towards where we were, which, I mean, that's all you can ask people to do is be better than they were before. Don't quote MLK. I will quote MLK Jr. all day and twice on Sundays. I will remind people that MLK owned guns. I will remind people that MLK believed in judging people by the quality or the quality of their character, not or the content of their character, not the color of their skin. I don't see how that ever becomes outdated or outmoded. I don't see how that has ever become. I don't know where that turned into being a thing that people despise. How can you despise a man like MLK? I mean, we were shown films of him in high school. We were shown, you know, when we were learning about civil rights in the 60s and stuff, we were shown that as the exemplary example of what we needed to achieve. We were shown that not as the end point, but as the beginning point of what needed to happen, and that we were striving towards that. I don't know how that ever became a bad thing to have. I don't know, I just don't understand how that ever became a bad thing all of a sudden. It's like, what? It's like, did I wake up and just take, like, forget pills and... I just don't get it. That just, like, baffles my mind.
That'll come in
And if people have a problem with it, honestly, I think that's their projection that they have a problem with it. I think that's projection from them that they have a problem, not that I have a problem. So, anyway, now we've gone on to our other rants. We're just yelling against the world today, boys and girls. We're yelling and screaming against the world today. It's Old Man Ath. Don't forget Medgar Evans as well. Medgar Evans. The name rings a bell. I can't... Remind me. The name rings a bell, but, Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember. Yes. Yep. Those are the people that really paid the price. I mean, honestly, guys like him, just for those of you who don't know, I knew the name rang a bell for a reason, but he was an FBI, he was in the FBI, and he was a civil rights activist who got shot, as he began the short walk, yeah, a bullet struck him in the back and he died, yeah. He was a civil rights activist who, gosh, took more than 3 decades, wow, 3 decades for it. Yeah, guy got shot in his family. Those were the guys who really paid the price for civil rights. Those were the guys who were willing, I think more than anything, they were willing to pay the price for civil rights. They knew how much it meant, not for themselves. They were not in it for themselves. They were in it for their children. They were in it for the next generation. And they were willing, and a lot of them did pay the price with their lives. And those are the ones we have to never forget. We do. Not these Hollywood elites who live in their $5 million, $20 million mansions who whinge about not enough representation in Hollywood. Not those guys. Those guys haven't paid for anything. Those guys those guys are not willing to pay for anything. The closest one that comes to that is Oprah, because she's very giving and she gives to a lot of stuff. The ones that I don't believe are the ones that whinge about it all day long. The ones that I really honor are the ones who quietly give and give back. They're like the sports guys that you always hear about. You know, you hear about these sports guys that came from really humble beginnings and became NFL stars. And then they go back to the projects that they started in and they quietly start up programs and outreach programs, and you never hear about them. They're not going into it. They're not going for the praise and the accolades for it. They're doing it because they really truly care about those neighborhoods that they came from. And they've never forgotten those neighborhoods that they came from. Those are the guys that I really think big of. They quietly go about their business and they make their mark, and you and I may never ever see that. The only people that'll ever see that are the lives that they actually touch. And that is perfectly okay. It's perfectly okay. Well, and honestly, you know, TLD is the greatest. You can never make a law. You can never make a law that will change a person's mind. You never can. You can never make a law that'll change somebody's mind on something. You can tell them to think a certain way. You can tell them that it's illegal to think something. But will there be racists in the world? There will always be racists in the world. I think those people are the most despicable, lowest forms of humans that exist. People that judge people solely based on a trait or a, you know, or anything else. I think those people are just, they're despicable. They don't deserve any respect at all. But there's also people who are on the other side that are just as bad. That see it everywhere and attribute it to everybody. Because of, you know, it's again, it's the one rotten apple ruins the batch type philosophy. And it's like, no, there's a lot of good people out there and there's a lot of bad people out there. Evil and good comes in many shades, colors, religions, creeds, races, everything. Good and evil is not, when you attribute a sole thing of either good or evil on a group, you're in trouble already. You're in trouble already. You may be off stream a bit. All right. Well, have a good one, Black MPL. Have a great one. We'll see you later on, buddy. But honestly, the things I'm saying right now could get me canceled in certain circles. It's a cancelable offense to even think some of the things I say. Honestly, though, I'm like, I'm 53 years old. Go ahead and cancel me. My life will go on just fine. I'm not worried about it at all when it comes down. It's the one nice thing about getting old is you just stop giving a F. You just stop caring. You just stop caring. Now, Asify, I do not promote I do not promote any political parties or religions or anything in my stream. I try to keep it as general as possible. Because honestly, it's such a triggering thing for so many people that I'm like, I just don't, it's a fight you don't need to fight. So, you know, we don't go into politics and religion per se on my stream. Other than just pointing out the fallacies of both sides and kind of laughing at both of the extremes all the time. Because honestly, I think generally, I'd say 80 to 85% of people are pretty centrist. If you want to put a label on them, they're pretty. They have ideas that lean one way or the other, but there's a lot more common ground than divisive ground between them. And it's amazing because like in the 80s when I was growing up, I knew people who were hardcore Democrats, hardcore Republicans, and they still got along just fine. And nowadays it's like you can't even say you're a Democrat or Republican without somebody from the other side crying you out as being the worst thing to ever happen to the world. How could you be this thing? That's like, well, no, they aren't a horrible person. That's like one aspect of their character. It's like one aspect of their character. We all bleed blue. that turns red when exposed to oxygen. Yeah, we pretty much do. And honestly, I've never had like a bad experience one-on-one with most people. I think one-on-one, most people are pretty reasonable people when it comes down to it. I think also one-on-one, you always have the I won't say threat of violence, but you have a knowledge that you cannot be a raging a-hole to somebody. Let's put it that way. It's a lot harder to be a raging a-hole to somebody when you're face to face with them. When they're faceless in the void on the internet, it's very easy to do that. When they're right in front of you, it's a little bit harder to do that. It's not as easy to say the horrific things that you could say to somebody over the internet. The internet has given a lot of people a lot of freedom and a lot of undeserved power that they would never have in real life. Because there's a lot of things people say on the internet that if you had said it to somebody back in the 80s or even the 90s, you probably would have get popped in the mouth for doing it. And most of the people standing around you would have been like, well, they had it coming. They may not have agreed with your actions, but they would have been like, he had it coming. And a higher awareness of your actions, for sure. Yeah. We had a lot higher awareness of our actions back then. Because we knew our actions actually had real-world consequences, too. We knew our actions had real-world consequences as well. And real-world consequences to ourselves. Where you don't get that much anymore. Where are you, Mr. Bear? Where are you, Mr. Bear? Wow, it's actually pretty warm temperatures out right now. It's +0 inside the truck. And I think the internet, you know, it's getting better in certain places. I think there's certain communities you can find on the internet that are supportive and welcoming and, you know, very, very much like willing to take anybody in who loves a thing. I mean, look at the Long Dark. The Long Dark, I think, is a perfect example of a community that doesn't hold anybody in any greater or lesser light based on anything. Based on skill level, race, religion, sex, sexual orientation, any of that sort of stuff. The Long Dark is very, very accepting of all.
I could use this.
And you notice I'm avoiding a certain word. I hate the words inclusivity and diversity. I hate those words. Those are, I hate, every time I hear those, all I hear is cringe. Whenever I hear that, I just hear cringe. I prefer acceptance. Acceptance. That's what I prefer. I prefer the word acceptance to a lot of things. I want people to be accepting of other people. You don't even have to include them. You need to accept them, though. You don't have to include them in all your stuff, but you need to accept them. That's just my opinion. Let the cancel culture mob come after me. I don't care. But, you know,
This bag is
I believe everybody should be accepted until they prove themselves out to be a jerk. But, you know, that's again on an individual individual case by case basis. Anybody can be a jerk. I've met some of the nicest people in the world that I never thought I'd be friends with that I ended up friends with. Because I got to know them on an individual basis.
That's smarts.
I've met some people who I thought were amazing people, and I later was like, yeah, this person I really just don't like. And I kind of cut them out of my life. Because they just weren't the kind of people I wanted to associate with. So no, Mr. Bear? Mr. Bear, where are you? I have not been to Blackrock on this run, no. That was one of the reasons I wanted to come back here, is now we have another 14 arrowheads that we can take back. We also have a backup knife and hatchet that we can take back with us. So we got backup gear going on. Now watch, the bear's gonna be right down there. I just know it. I just know it. I just know he will. Yeah, I want to go to Blackrock eventually, but I usually don't go to Blackrock very early on my runs. It's just not... The risk versus reward in Blackrock and Bleak Inlet are pretty bad. It's a pretty big gap, risk versus reward in those zones. There's a lot of risk, not much reward. I've got my flare gun out because he could be in his cave. He could be in his cave, boys and girls. I wouldn't put it past him. I've actually walked into his cave before and he's just been laying there sleeping. Nope, he's not in his cave. By the way, if you ever do come into a cave that has a sleeping bear in it, don't shoot him. It won't do any damage to him. Bears seem to be immune to damage while they're sleeping. It'll look like it did damage to him, but it doesn't. And he'll wake up very pissed. He'll wake up very pissed off at you. And by the time you're able to reload and get another shot off, he'll probably have already eaten your face. Just don't do it. It's dumb dead. It's not worth it. You might be able to get a Maglin's fire out here. Yes! Yes! Maglin's fire! I'm going into a cave, I need a torch, so I was like, oh, I'll just build a Maglin's fire. Get my torch that way. Get it that way. But yeah, Mutton Sourdough, we do all bleed the same. Except for BK. BK, he bleeds troll blood.
That's done.
He bleeds a green troll blood. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but it's a green troll blood that he bleeds, so. That's a myth about blood being blue, though. Is it a myth? Is it a myth? I have no idea. I know our blood's red because we have iron in it. Isn't the blue have to do something with it, like looking at it through our skin, it like takes a color, it makes it look like a different color or something? Isn't that what it is? It's like because you usually you see the blue when you are actually like looking at your skin and looking at your hand, and you see blue blood. Is that what it is, Bully Man? They don't like pats either, you've tried? So you actually tried walking up to a bear and patting him. That is a risk. That is some cojones, my friend. That is some cojones right there. I wonder if it has to do because when you look through your hand, it looks blue. Maybe that's just the way the light is hitting your hand, makes it look blue. I don't know. Hold on a second. Sorry, that was my friend again going, are you sure I'm not overdoing it with my message? And I'm like, personally, I would just ignore. It's your yard. You can do whatever the hell you want with it. It changes color based on oxygen content. Oh. And yes, the skin casts shade too. I've given blood when I smoked in Venice. And something, it was close to black? What? Really? That's cray. Well, it doesn't appear that Scruffy is in his cave. Thought Scruffy would be in his cave. But he's not. We'll go back here and collect all the stuffs. I am shocked. Loaded with carbon monoxide instead of oxygen and when you smoke. I can believe it. I'm sure now. So if you're online watching on YouTube, feel free to leave a comment about my very, very controversial statements about everything. I appreciate to hear it. I'm not going to pay much attention to it, but I appreciate hearing it.
I can barely walk with this much gear.
I appreciate seeing it. At least you're watching. That's the important thing, right? It won't change my mind, but I'll appreciate hearing it. It'll be great. It'll be great. I think Dave Chappelle said it best. Twitter is not real life. Twitter is not real life, boys and girls. Just giving you a little heads up. It's not real life. It's not. The blood in your veins is blue because it has little oxygen in it. Oh, okay. And then once it gets reoxygenated, then it has that color to it, is what you're saying? I guess it should take a torch. I'm surprised that Scruffy's not around. I was sort of hoping he'd be in here. I was like, oh, we'll go get Scruffy while we wait for the bear. All my animals seem to be missing today. I can't find deer. I can't find bear. Can't find the moose. Can't find any of them.
All this gear is slowing me down.
All right, we got a couple deer hides now. There we go. Boom, boom. All right, let's grab another torch. Head back and get this going on. Google must be like, the internet not have accurate information on it, Bully Man? No. No. That has never happened. Never happened in the existence of the internet. That never. Google would never lie to you. Google would never lie to you. I trust everything I read on the internet. Who would lie to you? Who would lie to you on the internet? What advantage do they gain? There's no advantage. No advantage to lying to somebody on the internet. Come on now. Google and many other sources say that blood is not blue. I think probably blood fluctuates. Probably low oxygen. Somebody on YouTube. Maybe you're a doctor. I'm not a doctor, so I'm probably 100% wrong. But I think it fluctuates between being blue and dark red. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it gets bluer when it's before it gets oxygenated. Gets some nice oxygen in there and turns bright red, and then it goes back a little bit when the oxygen gets used up. I don't know. Maybe it's green. Maybe we're all wrong and our blood is actually purple. Maybe our blood's actually purple. Maybe we're all incorrect and blood is actually a purple color. We just can't see it with our human eyes. It's a color purple that the human eye cannot detect. Sort of like in Farscape, where Crichton couldn't see things that other people could see. Like, people on the ship were like, can't you see that? It's written right on the base there. And he's like, I don't see nothing. And they're like, oh, well, your eyesight's really bad. You humans have bad eyesight. There's no blood, only Zul.
Feels like something is sapping my energy.
Ooh, and what do we have here? A big red button. You know what happens when I see a big red button? I want to push it. Farscape was awesome. One of my top 5 sci-fi shows of all time. It's in 3rd place behind Doctor Who, Doctor Who Classic, David Tennant, Matt Smith, and Firefly. It's my 3rd favorite sci-fi show of all time. And then, of course, you have Babylon 5. The Expanse was in there for a while at number 5, but I reslotted BSG in it because I went and rewatched BSG, and BSG is just way more well done in the final seasons than The Expanse. The Expanse held me for quite a while. Those final 2 seasons were just kind of, well, the 4th season I didn't really like. The final season was kind of, the 5th season was kind of, final season was pretty bad. Final season was pretty bad. You'll keep The Expanse? Definitely. I would never tell somebody not to like something. I can tell you why I don't like it, but I would never dissuade somebody from liking something. If you enjoy it, more power to you, man. Because you know what? That's why shows, you know, it's like I'd never enjoy like a Real Housewives show. My friend loves that stuff. I can't stand it. But good for her. She has a fun show she likes to watch. Good for you. This Chain Man is not a new run. We are 126 days in. We came to this zone because we were like, oh, let's go to Desolation Point. Make a backup hatchet and knife. Make up a few more arrowheads. Ooh, I could read a mending book. Let's read a mending book by the fire for an hour. But yeah, I think Tug for me the big draw, the big draw that I have to Babylon 5 is I love the OG. Not Babylon 5. Battlestar Galactica is I loved OG Battlestar Galactica. I love the old 80s Battlestar Galactica with Lauren Green and Face. Face. I can't even remember his name. What was his name? Matt. I love the old Battlestar Galactica. It was one of my faves growing up. So I felt, and the thing is, I think, see, and here's the thing. Here's the difference between now and BSG. BSG did a sex swap on two of the main characters, really, when it comes down to it, both on Starbuck and on Boomer. They did sex swaps on them. The thing is, though, they never addressed it in the show. They just said, this is who they are now. They never talked about how they were well-written characters, I guess is what I want to say. They were well-written characters that never felt the need to justify their experience. And I remember when BSG first came out, it's kind of like, ooh, Battlestar Galactica with a female Starbuck and a female Boomer. I don't know if that's gonna work. I just can't see it. You know what? Katie Sackhoff is a goat. She is awesome. I liked her so much in that you know, I've loved most of the stuff she's been in since then. She unapologetically went, hey, I'm Starbuck now. Never cried about, you know, having a bunch of men attack her, saying that she could never be Starbuck. Never whined about any of that. That was never even in the conversation. It was like, oh, she's Starbuck. If you don't like it, you don't like it. Whatever. And she grew on me. She was a great character. The gal who played Boomer was a great character too. I thought she kind of went a little wacko when, you know, the whole, you know, when you found out she was a Cylon, that was like a what? But yeah, Starbuck was badass. I think the thing I liked about Starbuck too is Starbuck was a very, see, the thing I like about all my characters, male or female, I do not like perfect characters. I don't like characters that are either Mary Sue's or Gary Sue's, where they're just magically good at everything, have no problems, everybody likes them, all their enemies respect them. I like characters that are flawed. Starbuck was a very flawed character, and I loved her for that. It made her character arc so fascinating to watch from beginning to end. All the stuff that she went through, the abuse she went through when she was a child, you know, just her constant butting heads with Ty. Starbuck, that was Katie Sackhoff. Katie Sackhoff. She was also in, she's in a couple other movies, I can't remember, but BSG was her best one. I think that was her best role. But that's the thing, is I like very flawed characters. I like characters that have flaws that they have to overcome. And sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they have that flaw all the way through. And that's the thing, is like when you can only point to a character's strength and not point to their flaws, that's concerning in a show. Because where does the character have to go from there? I mean, the character of Starbuck had so much growth she needed to go through. The character of Adama had so much growth he needed to go through. The character of Colonel Ty had so much growth he needed to go through. You can just go down the list. Every character had growth and change, and they went through their highs and their lows. Commander Gata was like one of the most fascinating characters. He went from this loyal puppy dog to Commander Adama to basically betraying him to basically becoming like this anti-Cylon, you know, like witch hunter type person. And didn't Gata eventually get aired? Didn't they eventually put Gata in an airlock and kill him for crimes against humanity or something like that? I mean, it was freaking nuts. I mean, Gaius Baltar, his arc was huge. Six's arc was a huge arc as well. She was in Riddick. Yeah, that's what she was in. She was in Riddick. Yep. Yeah, Six had a huge character arc. Well, the Caprica 6 and the Battlestar Boomer, they both had, Battlestar 4, they both had, no, the mechanic guy saved Gata, then killed himself. That's what it was. That's what it was, yeah. There's so many good characters in that show that had such growth. That's what I loved about Babylon 5. Babylon 5 had some of the best character arcs and development I've ever seen in sci-fi. Ever. Even better, I think, in some ways than Firefly or Doctor Who. Babylon 5 had such great characters in it. The whole Londo Jakar character arcs that they went through were just amazing to watch. I mean, and the actors behind those were amazing as well. But the character arc that Ivanova went through was huge. The character arcs that, you know, Sheridan and Delenn and all those characters went through were huge. And they were well-written characters. In the end, that's what all of them had in common. Well-written characters. Well thought out, well motivated. You knew what their motivations were. You knew what their motivations were driving them to do, even if, you know, there were parts of Babylon 5 where I hated Londo. And then the next episode you'd feel sympathetic towards him. There were parts that I hated Jakar, and at the next and 2 episodes later you were like going, okay, I sort of see where he came on that with it, you know, I sort of see where he's coming from. You know, that's the thing, is like none of them were like one-dimensional. None of them had a single note that you could go, oh, this defines this character, this is the only thing he'll ever be. They were so much more than that. And I think that was the charm of that show, is that you got to know the characters, but you never truly knew them 100%. Because just like real people, they can evolve, they can change, they can surprise you, they can step out of the norm and do something completely unexpected. Yeah, Chekhov, oh god. Oh, I even forgot about him. Holy crap. Chekhov playing the Psychop, Mr. Morton, no, was it Mr. Morton? What was his character's name in that? Bester. Oh god. But even Bester, see, that's the thing, as evil as Bester was, Silty, I understood why he was doing what he was doing. He wasn't just evil for evil's sake. He was doing things because he truly believed, much like Magneto, he truly believed that psi characters, that telepaths, were the next stage in evolution. And that basically regular humankind was sort of like Cro-Magnon man to Homo erectus. They were last century's model, and yes, he had very stark principles. He believed very strongly, but I understood his motivations. I understood why he was doing what he was doing. I didn't agree with it. I thought he was a horrible person, just like I would think anybody that thought that way was a horrible person, but I got it. He wasn't just doing evil for evil's sake. He wasn't just like randomly killing normal humans just because that was the fun thing to do that Thursday. Or doing tests on them or stuff like that. He was doing it because he had a certain mindset, a certain goal, certain things that he wanted to advance, and that was the way. And he didn't really have, he was a very non-empathetic character. He didn't have a lot of empathy for anybody other than a telepath. Telepaths were like, he sort of had empathy for humans like humans have empathy for dogs. Where they were to be used while they were needed. You could enjoy them, they could be fun pets, but if you had to put them down, you had to put them down. You know, that was kind of it was kind of sad. You know, maybe you'd have a feeling for an actual human, but if they had to be put down, they had to be put down. That was sort of his whole philosophy. Like he didn't really let himself become attached to people, like normal people, other than telepaths. But for the telepaths, he was very, very, very protective. But yeah, best, and Chekhov, and what's his name? Walter Koenig? Was that his name? Walter Koenig? He played that character, amazingly well. Amazingly well. Yeah, and that's true, Tugboat. We go through major changes in our life all the time. We go through major changes in our life a lot more often than we'd like to even admit sometimes. I know I've gone through at least 5 or 6 in my life. Changes, shifts in perspective, shifts in ideas, shifts in how I feel about certain things, shifts in what kind of food I like, shifts in what kind of people I like, shifts in philosophy, politics, the whole 9 yards. We go through shifts all of our life. But that's good. That's good. If we didn't go through shifts, we would never, ever, 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 ever grow as a person, and we'd never grow as people. We'd never grow as the human race. We'd be stuck in a one stroke band kind of situation where we would have no possibility of growing up ever. Hey, how's it going? Wait and see. Oh no, actually we were talking about how awesome Babylon 5 was. Now I gotta go rewatch it. Now I gotta go rewatch Babylon 5 again. Because it was so awesome. So awesome. I feel sad for Babylon 5. Babylon 5 would place higher on my list if it did not have the problems it had in season 4, where basically it almost got canceled. It did get canceled basically, and his 5-year arc turned into a 4-year arc, and he was trying to wrap stuff up so quick that he kind of wrapped it up, and it was rather unsatisfying. And then they came out with season 5. I heard him. Where is that stinking bear? Yeah, we're beyond Farscape now. I love Farscape too. Complex characters, beautifully written, great characters, and it always kept you on your toes. Farscape 5 was a very much more eclectic series as far as scenarios and stuff. They got a little more story-based, or, you know, overarching based in the later seasons. But the first 2 seasons of Farscape were, oh man, that was a wild freaking ride. Never knew what you were getting in Farscape. Never knew what you were gonna get. It could go from 0 to 9,000 in like 2 seconds. The later seasons, they did go more with like overarching stories and stuff. Like when the Crichtons got split into 2, and they split the crew up, and they had both Crichtons on different ships. And they had the whole microchip in his head thing, and him trying to learn how to control wormholes, and then the Scarens and the Peacekeepers were both after him. You know, it got way more overarching at that point. The first couple seasons, though, up till that point, were pretty crazy. They didn't really follow an arc as far as, like, yeah, there was always the threat, or the potential threat, of the Peacekeepers trying to find them. So they were in unknown or uncharted space or wild space or whatever it was called. So they were running into all sorts of different weird things every episode. So there was that kind of overarching thing. But it was just like wild episodes at that point. At least Babylon 5 didn't jump a shark into a Goa'uld setting. I like Stargate SG-1. It got a little long in the tooth. And it did finally get Ben Bowder and Claudia Black onto it. Which, believe me, I had a huge crush on Claudia Black. The only reason I went and saw Pitch Black was because Claudia Black was in it. I did not even know who Vin Diesel was back then. I was like, ooh, a space movie with Claudia Black in it. Well, I'm gonna go see that, and then she gets killed, like, within the first 20 minutes. I was so pissed. I was like, you mother... I was like, you little jerks. I like Claudia, though. Yeah, I thought Claudia was awesome. I had a crush on Claudia as well. Oh, I had a huge crush on Claudia Black. She's still gorgeous. I mean, she's still an amazing actress, and she's gorgeous. Let's just say I wouldn't kick her out of bed for eating crackers. I'm just saying. But yeah, I had a huge crush on Claudia Black back then. Yeah, that accent made me into mush. Oh gosh, yeah. A little accent she has. Oh, I love, but see, that's the thing, is like, that was the joy of her character. Again, that's the joy of all the characters in Farscape. All of them are deeply flawed. And all of them are deeply, they're all deeply flawed, and they all have problems. But they don't shy away from those. They deal with them, they work on them, they work through them, they fight against them, they fight against themselves. You actually see the development of them over the seasons. I mean, when you first meet Claudia Black in Farscape, she is like this hard-ass, like almost like Starship Trooper kind of hard-ass, hoo-ah! You know, she believes the peacekeeper, toe the line type thing. She believes in the contamination thing. She believes all the party line that the peacekeepers have drilled into her since she was like very young. And then you start to learn more of her backstory as time goes on. You learn that she was actually one of the peacekeepers who was there when Moya had the pilot installed. That she's felt guilty about that forever. You find out that she was in love with somebody who was then taken away and executed because he was in love with her. And he was not doing his duty. That she reported on him because she thought that was the right thing to do. And she basically inadvertently caused his death. Or his punishment, whatever you want to call it. Space Above and Beyond, by the way, was amazing. I love that show. You know, you find out things about her character as she goes along, and as the series goes along, she never loses any of her badassness, but she becomes a more softer, more genuinely likable character. I think that's the thing that at the beginning she's almost unlikable. And I struggled to like her in the beginning of Farscape. I really truly did. But as time progressed, I actually got to really like her. She grew on you because you could see all of the stuff she was going through. You could see all these changes. And it was like, all right, I can get down now. I like this character now. Bella, how are you doing? Hello, hello. How's it going? I hope you're having a fabulous, fabulous day. And life is treating you well. We're talking all things Farscape and other stuff right now. I want to go, before we wrap up and switch over to the infected boys and girls, I want to check on the moose. Back to game things. But that's the thing I think that's missing in a lot of Hollywood today, is you don't get well-written characters. The characters are good from the get-go. They don't really struggle with very much. Their struggles are Twitter struggles. Somebody didn't call them by the right pronouns, or somebody didn't respect their space, or somebody said a bad mean thing to them. I watched the first season of Umbrella Academy. It was okay. The old girl who is the key to everything trope is a little bit old. The comic book of Umbrella Academy is way better. 1,000% better. The second season, I did actually watch the second season. Let me correct that. I watched the first season and the second season. The second season got into the whole timey-wimey, jump back and, you know, it got into the whole timey-wimey thing, and that gets really messy really quick. Really messy really quick. But I enjoyed it. I haven't watched the third season. I like the first two. I have not watched the third season. Although I'm morbidly curious to what they do with Elliot Page's character in that season, because Elliot Page's character was a girl in the first two seasons. So I'm just curious what they're doing. It's morbid curiosity. I'm like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? But I enjoyed the first two seasons. They were fun. They were fun to watch. The whole timey-wimey thing gets a little overplayed sometimes, but I think they did it pretty good, so. Alright, so. Let's see if we got the moose. But I'm glad you enjoyed it, Bella. And based on your recommendation, I'm gonna go rewatch the first and second season and watch the third season at some point. I usually like to rewatch the other two just so I get an idea where I'm standing. So, I will rewatch the second season, and then I'll delve into the third. I've been curious about it. One series that really annoyed me that I loved. Oh, I loved the series. My best friend loved the series too. The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. Love, love, love. The first 3 seasons of Marvelous Mrs. Maisel were so good. So good. Loved her character, loved the character arc she was on. And in the 4th season, she just turned into a raging... I can't say it here on Twitch, but let's just say she can't understand normal thinking. I just was like, where is Mrs. Maisel from season 1, 2, and 3? What did you do with her? And there's no moose. What did you do with her? Yeah, she had setbacks. She had problems that she had to deal with all the time. But she was a likable character. You cheered for her. You wanted her to succeed. She wasn't like raging against the machine. Now she's acting like a 18, 16-year-old on Twitter who had their pronouns mispronounced or something. And throwing a hissy fit about it. It's like, what happened to her? Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, Tug. My friend and I, we watched 3 episodes. And my friend is very forgiving on TV. My friend is very forgiving. She loves Real Housewives. She loves the Real Housewives shows, okay? Just to give you an example of what she likes on TV. We got to the 3rd episode. We got about 5 minutes in, and then something happened where she just, like, let off on somebody. And she looked at me, and she's like, do you want to watch any more of this? And I looked back at her, and I was like, not really. Let's watch something else. Let's watch something else. We got through barely 2 episodes and into the 3rd, and we were just of the opinion we just didn't want to watch it anymore. We wanted to give it the benefit of the doubt, but there were so many moments in the first 2 episodes where, like, why is Susie acting like Susie doesn't act in the usual world? Why is Mrs. Maisel not acting like she's supposed to? Why is her husband not acting like they're supposed to? I don't get it. It's just like the season picks up immediately after season 3, and their characters, it almost seemed like their characters, like 5 years had passed for them. And it's like, why are their characters acting so different? It just made no sense from a writing standpoint, let alone show standpoint. Oh, I work with somebody who likes using they them pronouns, Bella Sophia. And if somebody says something different, she politely, says, oh, I just prefer they them. She's not a raging, annoying person about it. And most people are like, oh, okay, whatever. I mean, that's the thing, is like, on an individual basis, most people are like, okay, whatever, I don't really care. I don't really care. It doesn't matter to me. I have way more important things in my life than that. I will be glad when the pronoun fad goes away, like most fads do, on the internet. I'm gonna be glad when it goes away, because honestly my head hurts from it most of the time. It's just kind of annoying. So I will be I will not be sad to see it go, let's just put it that way. I don't mind people using certain pronouns. It doesn't bother me in the least bit. I just hate how it, like, ruins people to the point where it's just like, I hate that, but, it's like, hey, whatever. You want to use those? Go for it. Go for it. Usually when somebody tells me these are their pronouns, that's my clue of going, well, guess what? You now are your name, and I will always call you by your name whenever I refer to you. Because I can't be bothered to remember everybody's. I have limited memory space. My memories, I've gotten older. So like this gal who I work with, I just call her by her name. I call them by their name every time I see them. I go, oh, hi, so-and-so. And I'm like, oh yeah, so-and-so told me this. So I'm just like, I just am like, that's totally cool. I'm totally down with it. I just use the name once I know about that. And it's like, yeah, that works too. That works as well. But the craze will end eventually. It's a craze. It's a craze. I've seen fads like this come and go. Throughout my life, fads have come and gone. Nobody, 10 years ago, nobody even knew what a pronoun was. Nobody even knew what it was. People are like, pronoun what? Hey, look at that. Hey, House, how you doing, buddy? This too shall pass. This too shall pass. I don't believe in getting upset about it, though. You know, there's no point in getting upset about it. It's like, whatever. I've been called a lot of worse things. If somebody called me a she or a he, she or a her or a they or a them, I've been called a lot worse things in my life. Trust